preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.
JJ, Jeff, you want to kick this thing off? Because I'm still trying to process everything here.
Yeah, it's like,
who wants to go first?
Well,
Come on in. It's open mic night with your host.
you could maybe say there's really 4 topics, but it's split into 6.
The Renegade, J.J. Williams.
The Sammy and Eddie Kingston thing, which one's the better smelling turd?
And his panel of co-hosts.
I am the founder. We'll call me that for today since we're going with the Jeff Jarrett love theme here this week, according to JJ.
The West Coast Professor, Jeff Meacham.
Karma is karma.
That's professional wrestling! Damn it!
The Simple Man, Noah Foster.
It's showtime! Yeah! How you doing, JJ? How you doing, Jeff?
James.
Yeah.
And the He-Man, James Hebert.
Imagine Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, Paul White, the Baldies! There you go! It sells
Oh,
itself!
God.
Get in there!
Short his ass and shit the bed.
He's not Amber Heard.
Give it time, JJ, give it time.
Now, I'm sure Jeff has some stuff that
Dumb move, just don't pull this bullshit again. You get one.
Tony needs to stop caring about the ratings.
Bradshaw said as long as the ads are in place, we're not going to lose that third hour.
Real Honor does not have to be AEW Light. They don't necessarily have to coexist with each other. We kind of saw that tonight to a degree.
Along with a panel of guests.
He is no longer glorious. Don't you bring that up. You want me to rant about what my NXT used to... No, we are done here for the night. I swear, James.
Because you never know who may show up for open mic night.
I leave our company in the capable hands of an extraordinary group of superstars, employees, and executives.
The first thing that came to my mind was, it's about damn time.
Hey, man!
I literally touched everybody in the state's trash. So it's horrible, you guys.
Peyton's new thing is Dennis the Menace, but it's funny because she calls it Dentist the Medicine. And
That's great.
When Elliot Taylor came out and did Born for Greatness live, I was popping my pussy, having a great time. I didn't care. I was having so much fun.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Fuck Bill Belichick.
Football thing. We ended on wrestling, and then you bring in that shit. That's just how the fan goes off the damn rails. Brilliant, brilliant.
We're here.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome once again to the Saturday night shenanigans that are Open Mic Night. I am, of course, your host, your moderator, the Renegade of Wrestling, JJ Williams. Happy Saturday, everybody. It is the 2nd of December. Christmas is coming. The goose is getting fat. Happy birthday to my old man. I'm not going to say how old he turns today. That just wouldn't be appropriate, but let's just say he's up there in years. Going to go ahead and begin to bring in the panel. First and foremost, the man whose name I just put right there on the marquee. Jeff Meacham in the house.
No, I'm not stealing Virtue's gimmick. It occurred to me in the pre-show that I was advised by people after Thursday shenanigans to not be exposed to the screens or bright lights due to a probable concussion because I'm a spastic idiot. So this is how it's going to be tonight. And we're laying out to you and I anyway, in all likelihood. So it's going to be an interesting night. It's been an interesting week, but it is what it is. I got my Disney time in this week, so I'm not completely pissed off, just mostly. Good to see everybody on a Saturday, though.
Absolutely. Next person we're going to bring in, he's just a simple man.
Oh, yes.
He works hard for his fans.
Works hard for that.
Noah Foster.
Hello.
How you doing, brother? You all right?
Sort of. Better than what I was, at least Friday morning. Got some sleep. Finally watched some wrestling, so put me in some good spirits. Still chaotic time within myself, but a bit more at peace. I hope to feel completely better by Monday, if not Tuesday, but I wouldn't miss this because I look at this as a way of sweet, comical, fun, topical relief, and it's good to see both of you. I'm feeling okay.
Good to hear. Good to hear. And it's always good to see you, good sir.
Yes. Before we bring everybody else in, it's a good thing I saw Matthew's comment after we brought the good Christian boy in, because I could have replied really dirty to the part about getting Jeff wet. So it's a good thing I saw that after Noah came in.
Yes, yes. Next person we're going to bring in is the man with all the stats. He has begun his note-taking to get ready for my favorite event, Greg Cherry's favorite event, that'll be in just under 2 months. Royal Rumble. Stat Boy Mike in the house.
Hello, my internet fans. How's everybody doing? Doing great. And it's true. I have started the work. I'm going to send this guy the work as I do it. I've already gone through 4 Rumbles already. I'm getting ready to start the big one, 1993, the title run. I can't wait. I'm loving it.
Okay. Good, good, good. And the last man we're going to bring in, at least right now, Mr. Reliable, the Rage of Wrestling, Walter Cruz is in the house.
Hello, all. Good to see everyone. Good to be seen.
Yes, yes.
Noah, hope you're doing all right. I'm looking forward to today. How often do you get to interview people in the business? So,
yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Exactly. Gino is not here yet. I have been communicating with him this afternoon. For some reason, I think he got the times a little bit jostled up originally, because when I messaged him around 5:30 West Coast time, which would have been 8:30 Eastern time, he was like, "I'm ready." And I was like, "Still got about 2.5 hours till showtime, brother. We're going on California time." So and he's like, "Oh, okay." So there may have been a little bit of confusion at the time, but he has the link. He knows we're going. As we told everybody, he does have a match tonight. So we'll see what can happen, whether he comes in before his match, after his match. Where his placement is on the card is unknown by us.
Yes.
But I continue to check back and forth and see if he has seen my message, because that'll be a pretty good tell, I think. Once we know that he's seen the message, we should be able to figure that he'll be coming along momentarily.
That's right. He'll be coming along the string when he comes.
Yes. Other than that, I'm going to be completely honest. We don't have a whole lot booked to go into and discuss because we want to give Gino, when he gets here, as much time as we can give him, as much time as he will give us of himself.
Yes.
So until he gets here, we can just kind of discuss whatever can truly be an open forum. If people in the chat have got stuff they want us to talk about, throw it in the chat room. You know, if it's good, we'll discuss it. If it's super chatted, we'll definitely discuss it because you're paying for us to talk about it. Same thing when Gino gets here.
Yep.
Chat room, you guys are more than free to submit questions for Gino. We'll start the ones that are really good, and if you super chat, then your question will definitely get asked. Yes, sir.
If it's really stupid, can I make fun of him on the air since I'm in that kind of mood?
Depends if they super chat or not, because if they pay, then I would feel wrong making fun of them because
okay.
They always say there's no such thing as a stupid question.
That's fair. I wasn't clear in my request. If they don't super chat and ask a dumb question,
yes.
May I go ahead and okay, cool, okay.
That I have no problem with.
Okay, I just want to make sure because I know my name's on the marquee, but you're the showrunner. I just want to make sure I have my criteria in order here.
Yes.
So
Jinx, go ahead, Jeff.
I already got my soda. I'll get you one next time you're out here because this is IBC root beer. It's the best root beer in the world.
Great.
Oh, so good. Do we want to bring up topics ourselves if people don't come in as far as the suggestions, or do we want to just kind of see what lays out here in the next few minutes?
Well, I figured we can go ahead and start off with the only other thing that I knew we would discuss, the Tammy situation.
Okay.
And we can discuss that while we wait for Gino or wait for other topics to be suggested.
Okay.
As some of you know, this past Monday, Tammy Sitch, WWE Hall of Famer Sunny, was sentenced for her manslaughter, I think was the charge.
Yeah, vehicular. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, DUI, she killed a person when she was driving. Sentenced to 17 years plus 8 years probation once the 17-year term is over.
Right.
Very, very emotional for me to watch.
Yeah.
You know, for a multitude of reasons. You know, my history with her is well documented. And those of you out there that don't know, you know, first of all, where have you been? Because it's been on my channel the better part of the past week, but
yeah, at least.
About 16 years ago, I was at an autograph signing in San Francisco, and I dropped and had a seizure. And Tammy from her booth came from behind her table and stayed with me until the paramedics showed up. So because of that, I've always had a strong bond with her, and I've talked to her a couple times since then via Messenger on different formats that she's been on over the years. And when I mention that to her, she automatically remembers me. Well, she remembered me so much that when she was getting sentenced and was given an opportunity to speak, she indirectly mentioned me on the live stream, which was just mind-blowing to me. You know, it's like, here's this, for lack of a better term, this former celebrity, you know, the most downloaded woman of 1996, when the internet was still in its infancy. You know, when Pamela Anderson and Jenny McCarthy were still like huge deals.
Yeah.
Sunny was the most downloaded woman on the internet. And yeah, her life has had a few crazy twists and turns down the long and winding road that we all must, you know, traverse. But to hear something that happened to you in relationship to her mentioned at this crazy time in her life is I literally did not know how to comprehend that for a moment.
It was surreal.
Yeah, it really
Yeah.
was.
Yeah.
It's like you're kind of caught in a Twilight Zone type of limbo.
Yeah, like out of body. You're like hovering over, like watching yourself. Huh? Yeah, it was one of those for me to watch it happen. Yeah, it was weird for sure. I met Tammy. God, when was that? Oh, okay. It was my birthday weekend, so it would have been my 20th, so 2003. XPW had their last actual shows before the Feds got them the first time. And her and Chris were both there. Chris was still alive at that point. And, at that point, Sunny appeared to be just a character of the past. There was, it just, she still had the name. She still had the value enough that, Shane Douglas brought her and Chris into XPW when he was given the book, I suppose, for lack of a better term. And just, I didn't know what to expect. It was my first independent wrestling show. I'd never been to a show outside of one WCW house show or a WWF show in my life. And we had within the previous 6 months, had just started the no DQ audio streams that have evolved into what we call podcasts now. There wasn't podcasts didn't even exist in 2003. And you hear a lot of stuff about Tammy over the years, more so since Chris passed, and that undoubtedly wrecked her. I can't even overstate that or understate it enough. Chris's passing just completely destroyed her on so many levels.
Agreed.
Excuse me. But at the time I met them, the first time. It was the only time I met Chris, but I met Tammy for the first time, interacted over time after that. But just gracious with the fans, cutting up backstage, hysterical backstage. This is, I've told this tale before, so I'm telling tales out of school. They can't defend themselves or whatever, but having a conversation in the control room just with Smothers, Tracy Smothers, who's also since left us, and a unmasked Shark Boy, funnier in hell, to talk to Shark Boy knowing who it was. And I'm pretty sure Jerry Lynn was standing there too, if I remember right. And Tammy just walks up and just and runs away. It's like, okay, I see the timeout. I think I know what's happening.
Yes,
go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, the guest of our GINO Told You So is in the house. GINO, how's it going, brother?
I'm angry as hell. I'm in this trash state known as Texas. I just lost my MPW championship to some loser named Tama. You know what I mean? I just lost. How do you think I feel?
Well, I mean, you're in
understand,
Texas, so it
bro.
sucks anyway. Yeah.
Hey, Texas won their championship today.
He's so mad his phone's rebelling against us.
Right?
Yeah.
Phone's breaking up real bad, bro.
Oh, Lord.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we're behind the red door. Now we're in trouble.
No,
Man, can you imagine going to Texas on purpose and then losing? God, that'd be a shitty way to start your night. God,
well, I mean, all the big guys were in Texas for the Dr. Pepper Championship.
Hey! The biggest guy is right here at center. Oh, he just left because you pissed him off, Mikey. Good job.
Yeah, it's always Stat Boy's
always
fault.
Fucking Stat Boy.
To be fair, he did tell me in the private chat that he's driving. He might lose us, but that he was game and ready. So
all good.
See if he pops back in.
Here we go. Here we go.
I can't believe you guys hung up on me.
We didn't hang up on you.
Is this the way you guys treat guests?
Okay. GINO, brother. we want to talk to you serious for a minute, bro.
I'm serious as I can be.
Okay. But do me a favor and drop the gimmick a little bit, bro. I've got some friends here that actually want to ask you some questions about the business, being an independent wrestler, working the scene, all that good stuff, bro.
Ask away.
He's ready.
Floor is
Hi,
yours,
friends.
gentlemen. Me and Jeff are going to kind of lay out of this. Noah, Walter, the floor is basically yours, guys.
Well, this is certainly a unique situation, to say the least. Well, first off, Gino, it's nice to meet you. I wish you nothing but the best in all your continued ventures in this crazy world known as professional wrestling. I find it interesting with what has been shared about your story, and I think about your tagline, I told you so. When I think about that, I almost think about that maybe like a personal reflection about, I did this, I told you so. You never gave up on yourself. You owe what you met, and now you're going stronger than ever based on events that for some I would think would break them. At the end of the day, you became stronger from that because you knew you could be something better, something greater. So how has that carried you so far, and how do you continue to let that carry you forward in this business and in life?
Look, my mom always told me this. She said, you're a star and you don't know it yet. And as a kid, I never understood until I got into professional wrestling. And I took that to heart, you know what I mean? And I always thought about what that meant. And when a lot of people, so many people in my life said, you'll never be anything, you'll never do this. A lot of my teachers said, you're going to end up dead or in jail. And I thought for once, man, they might be right. Like, am I ever going to be anything in life? And sure enough, I found something that I loved. I stuck with it. And me coming up with the I told you so was just more of a pie face to my principal, to my teachers, to my family members, to the friends that laughed at me when I said, hey, this is what I want to be. You know what I mean? And no one believed it. And it's kind of funny because years later now, I'm doing what I love, screaming, I told you so from the Empire State Building. And these guys are, not happy in their life. So it's kind of more like a bittersweet, hey, I told you I was going to do this, and I'm doing it. I'm making a living. I'm traveling the world. I'm meeting great people. I'm wrestling the greatest wrestlers in the world. I'm meeting my idols. You know what I mean? I have the respect of my peers, and I knew I was going to be able to do this. I knew I was this good. I just didn't know I was going to be that good. And for that, I told you so. I told you so. That's all I can say. I don't have some rah-rah speech. I just have my I told you so,
I get it. Respect. It was like basically unknown levels of potential that you surpassed. So mad respect to you. Thank you for that.
Thank you, guys. It means the world to me.
Before I ask, I think I saw a super chat, so I want to give JJ the chance to acknowledge that before I go.
The super chat is unrelated to Gino. We can come back to that later, Emmanuel will understand.
Okay, no problem. I just didn't want to jump ahead of acknowledging anything like that. All right, Gino. First of all, nice to meet you as well. It's kind of ironic that your nickname is I Told You So. And I used that when Punk returned last week as a little jab to everybody. Me and JJ kept telling people Punk was going to return. But I like to start at the beginning. Like, when did it become for you, when it went from something you like to watch to an actual passion that you told yourself, hey, I can actually do this? So, like, when did that click for you?
My mom was a huge fan of The Undertaker, and from that, I fell in love with The Undertaker as well. And I knew from jumping off of coconut trees and wrestling orange caution cones in a little town in Hawaii, I'm an adopted child, actually. I just knew what I wanted to do from a young age, and when that spark lit up in me, it just turned into a whole fireball, and I knew I was set. After high school, I was like, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to wrestle. I'm going to work for the WWF. I'm going to work for the WWE, whatever it was called at the time. But I just didn't know how to get into it. So, it was kind of like, JR will find me. Vince McMahon will find me. You know what I mean? One day, he knows I like wrestling. He'll go, hey, you like wrestling? Hey, I want to sign you. No, wrong. That's not how it goes. I went to a show in the Staples Center in Los Angeles, and on the corner there was these guys, Famous B, Joey Chaos, Pinky Santino, all these guys with flyers, and they were just handing them out, you know. And I was like, "What the hell is this?" And it had like a bunch of naked guys on it, no shirts, and I was just like, "I don't want to go to a strip club. No, I'm here to see The Rock and blah blah." So I threw it on the ground, and then I went in, I saw the show, came back out, and those same guys are still on the corner flyering. And I was like, "Hey, look, man, I don't want these flyers." And they're like, "Dude, it's pro wrestling. Like, it's pro wrestling." I'm like, "No way." And they're like, "Yeah, it's you know, we train wrestlers. Would you like to join?" And I was like, "Of course." I found my niche. I found what I wanted to do, and I got into it. The next day, I called the number, came down, started my journey. 16 years later, I'm doing what I love, and I never quit. I never stopped. You know, I've been on the scene with some of the best, and been in locker rooms rubbing shoulders and elbows with some of the stars that are on TV today, and it's just, I never quit. I'm living my dream. I love it.
That's awesome. I love your mom already, because anybody that knows me knows I'm a huge Undertaker fan. Like, he's my favorite wrestler ever.
Day one. And I was just enamored. Like, I love The Undertaker. He is the reason why I'm doing this now. A little fun fact for you. Inside of my boots is Taker Purple, 1996 gloves, Taker Purple. And that's a tribute to every time I put on my boots to let me know why I'm doing this. When it gets hard, when it gets tough, dark, when it gets too much, I just put on my boots and I remember the color inside of my boots, and that reminds me of why I love this and why I'm doing this. You know what I mean?
Yes, Jeff.
Just a couple of things. Gino, first of all, known as long as I never knew you were a fan of The Undertaker, so that's fucking cool as hell. Have you got to meet him in the time you've been doing this? Did you ever get to meet him or Percy?
Yes, I have. Not Percy, but I did meet The Undertaker in West Covina. I believe it was in either 2019. And I got starstruck. You know what I mean? I don't know if you guys ever got starstruck meeting your heroes. I've met a lot of famous people, and none of them did that to me the way The Undertaker did. What happened was I was waiting in line, and the lady in front was like, "I'll take your picture. You know, tell me how to work your phone." She's an Android user. Sorry, Android guys, but I have an iPhone. And I was like, "Oh, you do this, you do this." And the whole time, Undertaker's standing behind me with his arm, his handshake out, and everybody's pointing to me, "Look behind you, look behind you." And I'm like, yeah. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get her to work my phone. And sure enough, I turn around and Undertaker's right there. And he's like, "How you doing, man?" And I go, "Yes." And I take the picture and I literally walk away. And that was me meeting The Undertaker. I didn't get a chance to tell him how much he meant to me.
Oh,
and
no.
Why I'm doing this. I got so starstruck. I just said, "Yes." And I walked away. And I waited in line for a good 4 hours to meet my hero. And that's all I could say to him. And if you know me and my journey, I work for the WWE a few times a year, and I would see The Undertaker, and I just wish I could tell him how much he meant to me and my family. But, you know, it's just the way it is. But it's just sad that I met him under those circumstances.
That is like the best story ever.
Yeah.
It sucks. It sucks. I really wish I could redo that moment and just hug him and just let him know, "Hey, man." But what's kind of funny is my picture. He's standing.
Uh-oh.
So that's
Gino, we're losing you, buddy. If you can hear us, can you repeat that?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay. Can you repeat what you just said about the last thing you said before you started cutting up?
So what's funny, a little rib on me, is he was sitting down in a chair and I'm standing next to him, and he was still taller than me. So that was a little good haha right there. For it, you know?
Yeah, we had the benefit of Marquez booking Percy into Hollywood Wrestling enough where Dylan met Percy, 10 years ago or whatever it was. So when I took my dad to meet Undertaker, at WrestleMania weekend, we showed him the picture of Percy with Dylan, and Undertaker marked out for us, which was funnier than hell. So that was a good little moment. So it was a really cool deal. Anyway, I'm taking time. Go ahead.
It's okay. I mean, everyone's going to want to say a couple of things. We did get a comment non-super chatted. I was trying to look for the picture. King Mike seems like he recognizes you as a Rosebud or security guard. So I went back and I found this picture that I had taken off of the TV when you were involved in the Lashley thing. I think it was last year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about some of the other extra work you've done for people, how they may recognize you?
Yeah. Are you guys still with me?
Yeah, we're still with you.
Okay, so I've worked every year with the WWE since 2014. So I've done so many things. I've done so many jobs, and I don't mean that one, but I've done other jobs in the WWE. Like I've been a security guard for Goldberg. My first job there was a Rosebud for Adam Rose when he was really unpleasant. He was getting fired in like a few weeks, and he knew it. You know what I mean? And I was one of his Rosebuds. I had my first match in February of 2018 against Grand Metalik and Lindsay Dorado. You know what I mean? I worked Keith Lee. I mean, I've done NXT work where Rhea Ripley elbowed me in the eyeball. You know, I've done a lot of work with the WWE, and I'm always welcome back every single year. I have a lot of friends there, and it's just so exciting. I'm actually going back in a few weeks, so look for me on TV somewhere doing something. I could hold a cup of coffee. I could get beat up. You know what I mean? I could be standing in the shadows, you know, but no matter what, I feel like I'm always home when I'm working at the WWE. I'm just waiting to get there. I'm waiting to get signed, and it's been wonderful. They treat me really well. I love the WWE.
Right. I mean, you can always end up getting shown how to take a selfie, right?
That too. Or I could sit under the ring for Piper Niven, or under the turnbuckles for Piper Niven, and watch her give me the bonsai about, I think it was 15 times before showtime. Yeah, that really killed me. That killed me. I did that.
Yeah, that'd be a challenging pre-show.
And then she killed Becky Lynch that same night on Monday Night Raw. So glad me and Becky are like never again.
There you go. And I know you've even done some AEW work. You did Dark Elevation against Big Bill, right?
I did. Before that, I worked there in March of 2020 with AEW. I was one of the guys for Brody Lee, sorry. And I was actually one of the guys in the mask. And I was a plant in the crowd at the time, so that was fun. And we did all that work, and we didn't even get shown on camera. How do you like that, right? That was great. And then I think it was January or February of this year, I wrestled Big Bill. What happened was I was almost, you know, not going to even be on that show. I got invited to El Paso, Texas to wrestle, and they changed the match like 3 or 4 times. You know, 1 minute I'm in a tag team match, next minute I'm in a handicap match. Big Bill and Lee Moriarty versus me. And I was like, why am I in a handicap match? You know what I mean? And then it got turned into a one-on-one versus me and Lee, you know, and then they changed it again to me and Big Bill. And I walked up to Big Bill and said, hey, we're working together. He's like, I'm wrestling? I'm like, yeah, they didn't tell you you're on the board. And he goes, I'm wrestling tonight? I was like, yes, sir. He's like, oh, okay. Let me go put my stuff on. I had no idea he was wrestling. Welcome to AEW.
It's pretty consistent with what we heard about the organization backstage. Yikes.
Oy, hey.
It's fire and water. AEW compared to WWE. I love both companies. I have a lot of friends there, and I hope AEW succeeds. But just working backstage, everybody, what you hear, you know, it's probably true. It's 90% true. You know, it's very chaotic compared to the WWE. everything is ran the way it's supposed to go. There's no BS. There's no games. Everybody knows what they're doing, and they should be doing something. And if they're not, you know, they'll feel the wrath of somebody. But at AEW, it's very laid back, too laid back. But I did meet Tony Khan. Tony Khan did enjoy my work, and he's like, great, Gino, that's great. You heard the chats; they were chatting for you. Yeah, it's great, man. Have a good. Make sure you get the catering. Get something to drink on the way out. Have a good day. That was Tony Khan.
So he needs to slow down on the caffeine.
I don't know, man. I don't want to say too much. I might not get a job there.
By the way, y'all, he wasn't cutting out. He was actually doing a Tony Khan impression at that point. He wasn't cutting out for real. Anyway,
I wasn't cutting out, guys. I wasn't cutting out.
What we learned tonight is Tony Khan is a very stressed individual.
Very, very stressed. But you know what? He has a good soul. He's a good man. We're about the same size. He's just a lot handsomer and more rich. So
more rich. Maybe I don't know about the handsomer part. He's definitely more rich, but you know.
I don't know, man. He's always got some lady around him. So hey.
Well, you know.
Well, that's because of the rich.
Yeah.
Pause. You look a lot better, Gino. Pause. On that.
I appreciate that.
A lot of news telling me looks good. Throwing it out there. Anyway.
We did get a super chat from one of our regulars directed towards you, Gino. Our buddy Emmanuel says, as a talent, knowing what happened in AEW last year with the backstage drama and the elite, how does it affect your morale when you're backstage at companies?
It doesn't, because that's none of my business. You know what I mean? I can tell you, as a fan of Punk, as a fan of the elite, I wouldn't have chosen sides, and I would have minded my own business. Yeah, there's ways to handle things. There's ways to disagree and talk about stuff. Like tonight in my match, something didn't go right, but am I going to go and, you know, blame people, go punching people, threaten people? Not my thing. As far as fighting backstage, I've had my shares of fights backstage, and I've gotten my ass kicked, and I've kicked some ass, you know what I mean? But it's just not the way to do things. As you get older in this business, there's always a different way to work out when things don't go right in the locker room, you know what I mean? Especially with rumors, temper tantrums and all that, you know, like there's things we can sit down like men and women and discuss and go, hey, this isn't right, this is wrong. I'd like to fix this because I don't want to hurt you in the ring or out of the ring, because I love you, I care about you and your feelings, and I hope that we can patch something up. And trust me, I've done my share of yelling, screaming, punching, and kicking in a lot of locker rooms, and I regret all of it. You know what I mean? I hope one day that me and Mikey O'Shea can repair our beef. You know what I mean? I hope one day that me and Mosh Pit Mike can sit down and repair our beef. And there's a lot of people that I pissed off in the long run, and I just hope that one day they can see that I changed and I'm not that kid, that immature guy. And I hope Punk one day and the elite can come together and change for the better of the business, because we all want to see them work together. This business is about cooperation and communication, and if we don't have that, then this business isn't what it seems.
Amen to that. Well said.
Whoever's doing the highlight clips for the end of the year show, clip that.
Well said.
Just saying.
Yeah, accurate.
Well said.
Mikey, I know I saw your hand go up there a few minutes ago. Did you have a question for Gino?
Sure do. Gino, always great to see you, my brother. As always, I'm very proud of all the work you do and everything. You're keeping your dream alive, and you know, hard work does pay off. You've got a beautiful house that you're very proud of. I'm partially jealous, by the way, but hey, it is what it is. You're talking about the backstage stuff. What's going on in all that downtime? I know there's like production going on, there's meetings going on, but is there a time where you can like just talk normally amongst the talent about almost anything, like be it sports, be it the business, be it what's happening in the world, and not just business all the time?
As far as mainstream and AEW, WWE, absolutely not. No.
Wow.
As far as indie locker rooms, absolutely yes. What happens backstage is more everyone's doing something. There's pre-tapes, There's meet and greets, Make-A-Wish Foundations, sponsors, commercials, promos, highlight reels, photos. Like, there's always something going on, whether it be AEW, Impact, WWE. There's not a lot of everything, As far as independent wrestling, we don't have all that. And there's a lot of downtime to do that stuff. So it's a big change once you get up there in the big leagues and you experience, hey, that's not what we do here.
Cool.
Okay. Matthew submitted a question.
Are you with
me? Yeah, we're still with you.
We got you, brother.
Matthew submitted a question, and it kind of tied into what I was going to ask you next anyways. I know you've worked quite a few notable names in the business. I was wondering if you could list off some of the ones that were maybe your favorites to work for the crowd. And then Matthew's question is, who is your dream match in WWE, NXT, and AEW? So who is out there that you haven't gotten to work that's a big name that you'd like to work as well?
Well, this is awesome. I love that question. Thank you. Matthew, check this out. So my two dream opponents, I mean, they're not even on the main rosters or active anymore, but I still have a chance at wrestling. One of them being Psychosis. Psychosis is getting ready to retire, and I have two opportunities to wrestle him. I had one in XPW of this year, but there was something going on with flights and stuff like that. We'll get back to that one, hopefully. And the next one is The Undertaker, which will never happen again. So those were my dream opponents ever. But overall, if we're talking on the roster right now, geez, I'm a big lucha guy. So I like guys like Pentagon, you know what I mean? The Kingo, Dragon Lee, Roosh. I like those guys. Those are my... I know you're expecting me to say Cody Rhodes and Seth Rollins and Rhea Ripley and, whatever, but I don't really see myself wrestling those guys. I'm really big on lucha, and it's because of where I come from. I come from California, SoCal. It's a big lucha state, a part of the state, actually. And now that I'm closer to El Paso, it's grown on me, and I love that. So if I have to go with, who my dream opponents are right now on the scene today, probably Lady Pink, Pentagon Jr., Phoenix, the Kingo, a lot of those guys.
Okay. Just to piggyback on that, and I see your hand, Walter, I'll come to you. Someone that I think I'd love to see you work, and I don't know if you've had a match with him yet. Dude's really impressed the shit out of me this year to the point where I've said, he's the MVP of 2023. Speedball Mike Bailey.
Yes!
Speedball Mike
versus
Bailey.
Gino Rivera.
You know what? That was supposed to happen, I believe, before he got, I think he got stuck in Canada for a few years. That was supposed to happen. I forgot what promotion. But, yeah, it was set to happen, and it never
I remember seeing that match flyer. Yeah, I remember seeing that. I was like, oh, my God. And then the pandemic hit and fucked everybody.
Yeah, that was supposed to happen. And I recently see that he's going to do a seminar, cheap plug, at Santino Bros Wrestling Academy.
Yes,
which is my school that I come from. So if any wrestler is watching this, if any fan wants to see what they're made of, you want to learn something, you don't have to be a wrestler. You can go and see if you're just fit enough to be in the business. Please check out that seminar. He's going to be there. I hear nothing but the best things about Mike Bailey. He's one of the best in the world, if not the best in the world, and I would love to wrestle him. Another fun fact for you guys is I was supposed to wrestle Solo Sikoa in Las Vegas, and what happened about that, he got signed to the WWE. So our program got deleted.
Of course.
Damn.
Yeah, so I'm bummed out about that. But I have wrestled people like Tessa Blanchard, Keith Lee, Darby Allin, Darren Young. Mick Foley beat the crap out of me, and I met Mr. Sacco on Warrington. So
we were there for that.
Gosh, were you there for that? How dare you?
Couldn't save your boy Gino from Mr. Sacco? What's wrong with you, Mikey?
What am I supposed to do? Run in the ring and take it
would have
myself?
taken us out
Somebody
of there. Come
help
on,
me.
no?
Call 911.
Seriously,
call my
God.
mom. Somebody.
See, this is why they don't invite me to shows, because they know I'll help you out and cause more trouble. See?
I'm just the guy behind the commentary desk. I'm not a guy that gets in the ring. I'm not.
You know what?
Me too.
But I'm sure your fingers can go 911. Gino is getting sockoed by the great Mick Foley. I'm sure somebody would have.
Gino in distress. He's got a sock in his mouth. Gino in distress.
Yes. I'm not into that freaky deaky stuff. Okay, come on, help me.
Yeah.
That Undertaker mind game to
Can you-
find attention for Gino.
Oh my
Imagine
God.
that. Imagine that 911 call. The dispatcher's like, "What? Somebody has a sock in their mouth and just hangs up on you."
And I think they like it, but you might want to come down. Yeah, no, please. That was the
There is
worst
no
day of my
like on.
life.
No.
I can only imagine the after thought of that experience.
That was the worst day of my life. I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
Be a much needed after show like dinner of everything that has some sort of spicy taste to get that God.
I thought you were going to say invest in Listerine, but
I heard somebody in the crowd say that I needed milk, and that didn't help. So.
Walter, you had your hand up. You wanted to ask something else?
Yeah, with their love of lucha libre, did you ever get a chance to work with AAA?
No, I haven't, and it's because of the location I'm in now. I know a lot of my friends are working there, like Vito, Juicy Finau, Danny Limelight, Slice Boogie. All of my guys are working there now, and I have no doubt in my mind that if I was in a different position, I would be there now. I would be on the PWGs. I'd be doing the Hood Slam, but because I'm in the Southwest taking over and starting fires out here, pissing a lot of people off and winning 9 championships total right now that I have. I'm on my 20th championship in my career. I haven't been without a title since 2016. I've been occupied here. So hopefully when I come back to Cali, if I ever move back, I'll have those opportunities. And I'd have no doubt in my mind, based on the school I come from and the peers I have around me, the good reputation I built up for years, I'm pretty sure I'll get those opportunities that, those other guys are awarded. They work hard. I love them all, and I hope they succeed. And I want to see them on my TV one day.
There you go. Eat your heart
Nice.
out, Macedona. You're talking about a lot about the Lucha Libre influence, inspiration. You dropped a lot of notable names. Another name I was just figuring about, Andrade El Idolo, La Sombra. You also talked about AAA and how AEW, of course, they showcase a lot of the Lucha Libre talent, and it seems like they have a working partnership with New Japan Pro Wrestling, of course, works with CMLL. Has Fantastica Mania or anybody from New Japan Pro Wrestling has ever crossed your eye, or CMLL?
You know what? They haven't reached out to me personally, but I would love to work for all of those promotions. I know Darren Young, who I've wrestled, beat for championships, is now one of the head guys at New Japan Pro Wrestling. Spoke to him a few weeks ago on how to get in. I have no doubt in my mind if I reach out, I can get in. But right now, I'm extremely busy. Guys, I travel every single weekend. I'm actually traveling now. I just got out of a main event match here in Texas. I'm on my way to Arizona. I'm never not busy. I'm never not doing anything. But if the opportunity arises where I get that phone call or that 203 number to, hey, see you in Florida, or come down to TJ, Mexico City, come to Tokyo, I'm there, I'm there.
And nonstop traveling. Good grief.
Matthew calls you the real bet collector since you mentioned 9 belts. I mean, eat your heart out, Ultimate Dragon.
Yeah.
Well, right there, that's. I lost a few of them. That picture was taken a few weeks ago. I lost a few of them. I have another opportunity January in El Paso to pick up another championship there. I'm actually wrestling in Montana in February and getting set to win another championship there in March. So I'm all over the place. You know what I mean? They call me the treasure troll. You know what I mean? And I take that name very seriously. And Matt Cardona, you know what I mean? This is a guy that, feels threatened by me. You know what I mean? This is a guy that sees me on the independent scene and he's got belts and I've got belts, and you know what I mean. We can win all the belts in the world, but you want to talk better wrestler? Matt Cardona better check himself because he's not better than I am.
You know, I think somebody should book those two against each other. We'll have a real world champion because all the belts will be gone.
Yeah, he's scared, man. You know, he's scared to put up all his belts. I'll put up all mine. But he's scared, man. You know, he knows that, you know, politics and who he knows won't get him out of this match, you know, with a victory. So he knows that he'll get his ass whooped. And I don't care if he's wrestling for GCW, NWA. You know, I don't care if he's a former WWE star. I've beaten those guys, and I just need him to know that when he steps into the ring with Gino Rivera, it's going to be a victory.
If you do get that chance, do us a favor and shave his head.
I was going to say, if you look against him, have him put his hair on the line and get revenge for me and Aaron.
I'm going to shave that man's head, and I'm going to, you know, sell it on my merch table. You know what I mean? Make some money.
You just recently lost a hair match yourself, didn't you?
You did, yeah.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Don't make me bring up the picture, bro.
I don't
what
want to
was
talk
it like
about
competing in a hair match?
That was traumatizing, and I don't know what demon in the right state of mind would ever bring a buzzer into a match, knowing it's not a hair versus hair match. Why would you do that?
First Mr. Sacco, now a head shaving. God, he's had a traumatic year.
And we weren't even at that one to be able to save you.
Right?
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, you should have anyway, though.
Yeah, he needs.
So you had an
I tried
you had
to
an
get
emergency
him
barber on standby.
You know what? I'm gonna redeem myself because I've got a match against a girl named Paradise in Utah in the next few weeks, and she has some beautiful, beautiful hair, guys. And you know what? I'm bald right now, and I'm looking to have some, you know, I'm looking to have some hair back. You know, I'm looking to get. I want some hair on my head, so I'm gonna cut her hair, and I'm gonna probably make a wig out of it, and I'm gonna walk around and I'm gonna have a new hairstyle in the next few weeks. You just watch. Dive Pro Wrestling, Utah, December 16th. Gino Rivera versus Paradise. Check it out. I'm cutting that girl's hair.
And you can book the blonde Gino Rivera at.
You know, it's interesting you brought that up because I've been paying attention to you talking about wrestling this lady Paradise. You mentioned Tessa Blanchard. You talked about working a spot with Rhea Ripley.
Who almost kissed me, by the way.
What is it like doing intergender matches in this day and age? Like, do you run into any issues with the Me Too movement that came out? Or, like, what kind of ground do you have to tread working intergender matches in this day and age? It's a lot different than when Andy Kaufman did it in the 70s.
Absolutely, because Joey Ryan ruined it for the rest of us. Sorry. Damn. But because he ruined it for the rest of us.
There goes Jeff.
We forget that these are our sisters. These are our battle buddies. I don't mean that to be, you know, detrimental to anything, but these are our sisters. We go to war with. I am a guy that wrestles a lot of women in intergender matches, and
You froze up a little bit. You froze up a little bit, Gino. Can you repeat what you said there?
Do I have you guys?
Yeah, you have us. You just froze up for a second there.
I apologize, guys. I apologize. Let me start all over, guys. As far as intergender wrestling, these are our battle buddies. These are our sisters in the ring. They go through the same things we do as men, and you know, we got to take care of these women. Some of them are tough broads, and you know, because Joey Ryan ruined it for the rest of us, a lot of them don't trust us, and we got to find it in our hearts, in our way, to make these women feel comfortable in the ring and outside of the ring, and that's why you shouldn't date in the wrestling industry. You know what I mean? You know, have your own lives, have your own girlfriends, husbands outside of the business, where you don't have to feel like you have to make a pass the women you're wrestling or the women you have a crush on in the wrestling industry. Quit being a creep. Understand this is a business. We need to be professionals, and we need to treat each other with respect. And I can tell you right now, I've wrestled countless women on the independent scene. My favorite match ever is with the girl who broke my jaw, Sage Sin. You know,
Yep.
this girl
I remember
broke my
that.
jaw and put me out. You know, for about 6 weeks. I still wrestled with a broken jaw after that, with my jaw wired shut. And I can tell you right now, I love the girl to death, and I do anything for her, and I treat her with the utmost respect because of who she is and what she does in that ring. And I think every guy should do the same with any female that steps into the ring. Have some little, you know, have a little respect, be a decent man, and just be cool, man. Just be a brother. That's it.
Yep.
Be a decent individual. It could be as simple as that, but if something was as simple as that, then common sense wouldn't be questioned or lacking. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
So, Gino, of course,
wants to know. Emmanuel would like to know, how do you mentally prepare yourself during hardcore matches, and how do you prepare your body for such encounters?
You can't prepare yourself for a hardcore match. The pain is unreal. You never know what to expect. You think you know what you're gonna expect, but you got to understand. You know what I mean? It's not every day that someone gets hit with a barbed wire bat. It's not every day that somebody, you know, you're walking to the store to grab, a Sprite, and you get hit upside the back with a chair. You're not prepared for that. You know, you're not prepared to fall in thumbtacks and you know, get hit with whatever it is. You know what I mean? There's no way you could prepare for that. Just understand that every bit of this hurts. I don't care what any wrestler says. Jon Moxley bleeds every freaking week on AEW. You know, Adam Cole and what's his name, Swerve. They had one of the most brutal, barbaric death matches I've ever seen, and you can't tell me those guys took years off of their career and their body because of that. You know, it's a scary thing. I am not a deathmatch wrestler. I was trained by, you know, some of the greatest deathmatch wrestlers to have ever done it. One of my trainers was the late great Supreme, rest his soul, God bless him. He was, you know, one of my trainers, and I seen all the stuff that he's done, and he always told me, he goes, I do this shit so that you guys don't have to. I don't want you to do this. And I took that to heart too. I always understood what he said. Joey Chaos, my head trainer, who I love dearly, who gave me this opportunity in life to wrestle, he always told me the same thing. He's like, hey, why are you doing death matches, man? Don't do that. You know, it took years out of my career. You be a wrestler. You do the wrestling thing. And we did that stuff so you don't have to. So I'm glad they did it. I'm glad, you know, I'm not happy that they took chair shots to the head and, you know what I mean, lost some brain cells and did a lot of, you know, damage to their brain and skull and body. But I am thankful that they took the heat for us so that we don't have to anymore.
Gino, I've been watching for 33 years, seen almost 100 events. The only time I ever legitimately almost got sick, like actually physically sick, was watching Supreme and Ian Rotten in a death match at Van Nuys.
Yes,
I was sitting in the control room next to Tammy Sitch. Her and I took turns, like, trying not to heave into this bucket. It was just that intense. Only time, 33 years as a fan. Gross.
Have you ever met Supreme?
Yeah. I was at the XPW shows they ran right before they went back east for the last time in 2003, and I met everybody. Great guy.
What a sweetheart he is, right?
Oh my God, it's so not the guy that walked out to the ring. He's just a gem of a man.
Night and day.
Yep.
I miss him. I love him. I'm so sorry things happened the way it happened.
Agreed.
We have not recovered as a team, as a unit,
no,
as a company. You know,
well, you don't.
Supreme he was too young to pass away, and
yes,
it's still something that really affects me till this day. I'll never forget when I got that phone call, and then I got a text, and it hurt my soul. It hurts me now talking about it. I love that man. I didn't get enough time with him. You know, to anybody watching, you know, if you have somebody that you care for, you know, tell them you love them. You know, spend as much time as you can, because you never know when it's that time to go. You know, and I still remember every time I'd see him, every time I travel and I'm on a show with him, I'd say, hey coach, can I unbuckle? Can I untie your shoes? Can I get you a beer? Can I get you water? Can I do anything you need a chair? And I know he loves me. I know he's proud of me. He would tell me all the time. And I know he knows that I'm very respectful. And I got that respect through Supreme. he was always hard on me, going, respect the people that came before you, offer them things, help them, because one day you're going to be old, one day you're going to need help, and you're going to want somebody to treat you, you know, the way I want you guys to treat me and other people. And I hope one day, you know, a young kid bandit will come up to me and ask me if I need help, and you know, and I accept it. You know, this is about giving and giving back to the business, and I understood that because of Supreme.
Yeah, even now I'll see Joey still at shows, and we'll just, you know, we'll grab a beer and just toast, and we know what it means. We know who it's for, even now.
Yeah. Thank you, man. He loves that.
Anyway.
Noah, you look like you're about to ask something before I brought up Emmanuel's other question.
So we talk about, like, you know, pre-match rituals from an extreme circumstance, but let's say post-match. I mean, I know you're on the road, but it's like, you know, a celebratory, like, celebration, drink, or go to restaurant. Like, how do you, like, unwind after a day of work, no matter the result? Just knowing that, you know, you got paid.
Well, after a match, I like to go straight to the merch table because that's where it's at, right? And then I have this thing, man. I love candy, and I love singing, and I can tell you this, man. I literally pack up everything in my car. I put my pack of high chews right in between me, and I put on some music, you know, whatever I'm feeling, and I'll sing all the way home.
Nice.
Whether it's going to the hotel, the airport, the arena, wherever I have to stay, I like singing. I love singing so much. That's what I do. I have a great match, I have a bad match, or whatever it is, and I like to sing. I sing my heart out. You know what I mean?
We need to get you on a karaoke.
JJ, an idea's percolating here, brother.
Wait, what?
I definitely turned this into a karaoke.
Oh God!
Well, see, not
I love
tonight, not
karaoke.
tonight. But a few times a year we do karaoke on the show. We actually just did one last month where we were doing all Disney songs to celebrate Disney's 100th anniversary.
I am a Disney kid. I love Disney. I'm a 10-year pass holder right now. I just came back from a cruise. I go to Disney World every year, twice a year. I go to the Aulani in Hawaii. I go to Florida and I stay in the cabins there. And I just want to let you guys all know that the best Disney movie ever to be made is The Beauty and the Beast. My favorite.
There it is. Boom.
Good choice.
I love that.
We need to get you and Noah together on a CD cover. You and Noah.
I just do commentary. I don't sing.
Oh, you will sing on the 23rd, brother.
Noah is the man that retaliates. He's the one that works the crowd about how much he hates singing. And then everyone super chats to make him sing. And he ends up singing the majority of the show when we do karaoke.
I make these two jabronis money because everyone else buys my dignity.
The next one we're going
I
to be doing,
let you guys
brother.
know. I watched a movie on Thanksgiving Day. It was called Wish. It was so good. Please see it. It was so good. I just downloaded the soundtrack. I love it. It's so good.
I'm glad you love it. I'm hearing mixed things. Like full disclosure, I actually just got released from Disney. I was working there this year, you know, at Disneyland, and I kept hearing this is supposed to be the Disney movie. It's going to represent all the 100 years, and it's like I've heard really good things, and I've heard kind of mixed things. So I'm glad you liked it.
You know what? I heard it didn't draw well.
No.
I heard it was a flop at the box office.
Damn.
Yeah.
When I went to the movies to see it, there was nobody there.
Oh,
man. My
man.
family. And I was like, hey, who cares? And I thought, yeah, we lucked out. We got the theater to ourselves. And it was more so, no one wanted to see it.
That's rough.
But when I watched it, it was so good. I was like, this is one of the only Disney movies I didn't fall asleep to, you know? So, you know, I fell asleep to Encanto. I fell asleep to, I forgot, there was another one that came out. But the Wish movie, I loved it. I'll see it again.
Well,
right on.
we've got our Christmas karaoke, JJ, on the 23rd. So
you're more than welcome to come and join us.
Guys, I'm a big 90s pop boy band fan. I love NSYNC and Backstreet Boys.
Me too.
I love bad pop music, you know, with Britney Spears and BB Mac, and I love it all.
Well, see, this is just going to be Christmas songs. It's December 23rd, so we're just going to be singing all kinds of Christmas songs.
Yeah, he'll get wham last. He'll get
As long as
wham
you put on
last
some
Christmas.
Frank Sinatra, we'll be all right.
The D. Martin Rat Pack.
This guy is after my soul here. I love this man. Oh.
The jack of all trades, very upbeat, talented individual. Well,
Rat Pack Christmas songs. This guy's after my heart. I love it.
Oh my god.
Good shit.
Yes, Mikey, go ahead.
Christmas isn't Christmas without a Frank Sinatra song, okay? So
Damn right, brother.
That I do agree with because I stuck with
I know
those
everybody's
all the
stuck
time
on Mariah Carey, and that's
Not
a beautiful
me.
song as well. But
Fuck
if Frank Sinatra doesn't play, I don't know what to tell you guys.
Oh, here you go. Mikey, before you get your question, do you participate in Whamageddon every year?
Whamageddon?
Yes.
I do not.
Okay.
I'd like to.
Okay. Well, basically, you go out of your way to avoid the original version of Last Christmas from Wham. If you make it to Christmas Eve at the end of the night, you survive Whamageddon.
Okay, but I like that song, right?
Thank you.
I love that song.
God damn
Thank you, bro.
I'm always stuck with that song at some point during the season.
It's one of my favorite Christmas songs, though.
Oh,
thank you.
My son was walking around singing that the other day. I was like, "How do you even know that?" I didn't
If I don't
expose
live
you to
with
that.
Walter, I wouldn't have survived this year.
All you need to do is go to a Walmart or be in some random car with a public radio station. Boom, that song plays.
This dude over here in a car. That's why I don't go with him in the car no more.
You can play that on Spotify.
Okay,
That's fair.
Mikey, go ahead.
Well, it's a good segue. I mean, so what are your Christmas traditions that you have to do every year? Why not?
Ooh, there you go.
Christmas, what do you like to do?
I set up my Christmas tree as soon as Thanksgiving is over.
Good man.
And I leave my Christmas tree a little bit after the New Year. But I love pine cone, or is it the pine cones? The smell, the cinnamon cones.
Yes, yes.
I love that all through my house. I'm big on playing Christmas music all year if I could, but throughout the house, it needs to feel like Christmas. It's one of my favorite holidays. I just love giving and I love receiving, and dude, like Christmas is pretty much my biggest holiday. I don't care about any other holiday but Christmas. It's something that me and my family look forward to every year. I grew up in a less fortunate home where I didn't get a lot of that. I didn't get a lot of presents growing up. We were less fortunate, so now that I can afford those gifts, it's something that I take seriously now, and I spend as much money as I can because it makes me feel good, to give and to see people's faces, they're happy. So
if you weren't one of us before, you sure as hell are now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Gino, a man after my heart, man. Christmas has always been my time of year. My parents always tell stories of me when I was like 7 or 8 years old, middle of June, July, tank top in the shorts, listening to my John Denver and the Muppets Christmas album.
Well, I do the Elf on the Shelf with my children. We watch Turbo Man. We watch Home Alone. We watch The Grinch, Frosty the Snowman. We watch all the old school ones, like the really bad cartoon looking ones. I love those. Those are my favorite.
I just finished a Rankin Bass binge week.
Family, CBS, Claymation, original.
Yes.
Yes.
So are you on the naughty or nice list?
You know what? To a lot of wrestlers and promoters and everyone else, I think I'm on the naughty list. But I want to say I'm on the nice list. I get everything I want when I ask for it, when I work hard for it. Me and Santa have a pretty good relationship. I visit the North Pole a few times a year and beat up the elves and stuff like that. Whoever's stepping out of line. I'm a big action figure collector, and I make sure that they put those in my stocking or else. So I think I'm on the nice list.
Okay.
I was going to say, I think Gino Told You So, the gimmick is on the naughty list, but the man behind the character is on the nice list.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yes.
That's fair.
Let's all agree on that one. Yes.
I think that's fair. It's like I say all the time. Think about the individual, not just the character. When I was once a wee lad, Matthew, yes, it's one of the first movies I watched. Jingle All the Way, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Big Show cameo. I actually recognize that. And I even told these yahoos here, Gino, my parents have a tradition where we watch Year About Santa Claus, and the first thing that ever came to my mind, I still know to this day, is the Snow Miser song.
Of course, of course. Hey, can any of you guys, do you have like a favorite line from a favorite Christmas movie at all?
Absolutely. It's more of a paragraph though, if I may indulge. It's Scrooge McDuck from Mickey's Christmas Carol when he's talking to the two guys, Rat and Mole, coming to collect money from the poor, and he's all like, "But if you collect money from the poor, then they won't be poor anymore. And if they're not poor anymore, then you won't have to raise money for them anymore. And if you don't have to raise money for them anymore, then you'd be out of a job. Please, gentlemen, don't ask me to put you out of a job. Not on Christmas Eve."
Yes. Well, mine isn't really like anything about Christmas, but I love Home Alone so much. There's a scene in the movie where Buzz, I guess Kevin gets mad at him and he tackles him and he spills all the pizza and the soda all over the place, and I guess it goes everywhere. And Kevin's little cousin with the glasses, he gets his face jammed in by a chair, like against the wall where he's like that. And then everybody stops and everybody's looking at Kevin and they're like, "Look what you did, you little jerk."
Yep.
Yeah. And when the mom's like, "All right, say goodnight, Kevin," and he's like, "Good night, Kevin." It's my favorite thing in the world. I love it.
Yeah,
let me ask you, which one do you think is better, the original Home Alone or Home Alone 2? Because this is a point of contention with a lot of my friends.
Do that to me.
Question.
I refuse. But I love Home Alone 1. I love the original. It's one of my favorites. I know that for word, my children, I've got a little 4-year-old, and we watch it so much she knows word for word this movie, you know? So it's a tradition in my house to literally watch these movies I grew up on. I love the original Grinch, the cartoon, but I also love Jim Carrey's Grinch. But the new one...
God. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I agree with that. The new one is a mess. It's a mess. So, as your kids are still pretty young. JJ and I have teenagers. Does the impact of Home Alone not mess with you more now that you're a parent? Like as a kid, you watch it, you're like, you're good. It's a cute movie. You watch as a parent, it wrecks the shit out of me every year.
Yeah, it does. Yes, it does.
What I think about is what parent, I should call CPS. Like, who leaves their child? Who leaves their child?
Twice.
3 times. 3 times.
Well.
We only count the first 2.
Yeah, we only count the first 2. Yeah, we don't count that Home Alone 3 nonsense.
I don't know about you guys, but as a father of 4, my kids go in the car first, and I look for everything. I'm like, okay, I count heads. I'm like, I say their names. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here you go. Check it out. I would never trust just touching the back of somebody's head. You know what I mean? Like, who knows if my son moves his head twice and I'm like, 1, 2, 3. Okay, here. And I left my daughter, and now we're on a trip to Hawaii, and we're running through the airport. If you notice, the dad was running through the airport, and Kevin's like, "Wait, Dad, wait up," right? If my kid said wait, I'd be like, "Yeah, let me turn around and go." The dad was like, "Screw you."
Right?
How do you do that? How do you do that as a
I would
parent?
never have to worry about that because my kids don't shut up. So I would hear them first.
That's why your wife says she's quiet.
So you don't have 4 Puerto Rican babies. They don't know how to shut up.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I'm Puerto Rican. The kids don't know how to shut up.
My kids will talk me to death.
Here. So darn glad I don't have that worry.
If anything ever happens to me where you hear R.I.P. Gino, just comment under the post and be like, "I'm sure his kids talked him to death." That's what happened.
Very likely.
That's what happened. My kids will literally talk me to death. I have to stand by the door with my back towards them saying, "Okay, see you later. Good night. And they will talk to me until I get downstairs.
Yes.
Kids.
Yeah, we'll talk after your shadow.
Have kids, they said.
Yes.
What the hell?
I hate to be an ass, Jay. I'm getting a phone call from home. I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
No worries, bro.
The kid's grandmother used to call him what's that mouse that won't shut up? That just asks like 1,000 questions back to back, and then I can't remember. She used to call him that all the time.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. I know.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. Unfortunately, I forgot the name, but I used to watch one of the cartoons as a kid. I think.
Yeah. Snoozing? No, it's something. It's something with an S. Sniffles. No, wait.
You're right.
Is that his name?
Yes, that is his name. Yes.
Yeah.
I remember that.
She used to call my middle son Sniffles because he just asks one question after the other. Doesn't even let you finish the question first. The answer.
Yeah. Oh yeah. My oldest daughter is more curious of everything in life and wants to know why the sky is blue, why the moon is called the moon, why a tire goes in a circle and not a square. Like that's stuff my kids like to ask. Dad, why do you have to leave? Dad, why do you have to leave every Saturday and Sunday and wrestle guys in spandex and baby oil? And Dad, why do you have to have a whole garage sale on your merch table? Yeah, I get all that.
How old are your kids? You said you have 4.
Yes. To protect their identities, I don't want to say names, but they are 9, 7, 8, and 4.
Okay. I totally understand the protecting the identity thing.
No, yeah, definitely.
Especially in this.
Yeah,
and how many boys?
I
How
try
many girls?
to keep my family tight-lipped, and like any other luchador, we protect their face, names.
There you go.
Usually in interviews, I don't even bring them up, but I feel comfortable just sharing some stories with you guys. But they're not at shows; they don't come to shows anymore because of the Me Too movement, because of a lot of bad things have happened, and the mistrust that wrestlers have around girlfriends, wives, boyfriends, husbands, and children.
Absolutely.
My family will never be at a show unless I feel completely protected and safe. So I try to keep them out of the limelight, as they don't want to be in the limelight. They don't care to do that.
Right.
If you don't mind me asking, how many boys, how many girls?
I have 3 girls and 1 boy. I got what I wanted. I wanted a girl when I first had children, and I got it, and I was like, yes, I'm done. Then I had a boy, and I was like, oh my God, a boy and a girl, great. And then I got another girl, and I was like, oh my gosh, I got girls. And then I got another girl, and I was like, okay, that's enough. And then I got snipped and had to walk around like a cowboy.
So I got 3 boys.
The 2 key question is: do you have the shotgun when they become teenagers? And how tired is your girl?
Yeah. I definitely have the shotgun. I've got a bow and arrow. I've got a saw. I've got all kinds of stuff. I've got everything in the world to be another serial killer if anybody should ever step towards my daughter the wrong way. So
yeah, boy, there you go. Good for you.
Yeah, and I have a boy, but my boy is a mommy's boy. So I have one of my second youngest daughters who's very, very attached to me and looks just like me, and will be coming up as Gina Rivera. So
nice. I love it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Other than that, my kids don't really care for wrestling. They just like playing with the girl action figures, in which I collect.
Right.
They're fiends for those things, but not a lot of them want to be a wrestler, which breaks my heart. But I kind of say, hey, and they're like, nah, I want to be a dentist, and I'm like, oh, that's awesome, honey, but we have a giant wrestling ring in our backyard. You don't want to get in there and beat people up, and they're like, nah.
That's hilarious.
I don't want to take this bump.
Hey, Gino, you can always say, I know a dentist who became a wrestler.
I was gonna say.
Give them time; they may come around to it on their own. My daughter is 14, and she has never expressed an interest in wrestling. February this year, all of a sudden, she became a wrestling fan because of Roman Reigns. Now she comes over every month, watches the WWPLEs with me. She's been on prediction shows with Jeff and Noah and myself, and she is all in invested. She wants action figures for Christmas.
Nice.
She asked my dad for a WWE T-shirt. It's and she's 14, so once they get to that teenage age, they may have a new respect for it.
My kids
I
don't
really
like
hope
wrestling.
so one day.
My kid said, I only go to live events with you to spend time with you. I'm not really into what's going on. But so it's like, oh, but at the same time, damn it.
So my kids only like coming to sell merch so that they can have the money. That's it.
Yeah, that makes sense. They know what they're about. They know what they want.
Hey, it's a
Women
legit
know where
hustle.
it's
Be
at.
like, man, if I'm gonna work the stand, I get a cut, right, Dad?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's literally, hey, Dad, I sold this shirt. Can I have this $20? And I'm like, what Dad is gonna tell us that, you know, they're definitely one of those type of kids.
All about that hustle in the business. Got to get them learned young, Gino.
They're already learning what it means to
Their dad's a
invest.
hustler,
Now,
so they know how to hustle me.
Oh
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's the backfire part, though.
Hey, Gino, back to wrestling, though. You ever had an opponent or that had that don't work for me, brother moment, and you're just like, you don't have to say who it is. Don't stick them out. But, like, where you're just like, damn it, now I don't really want to work with this guy.
There's a political stance.
Yeah.
It was so shocking and froze.
Right?
He's thinking.
He pissed his phone off so much it cut off on him. Womp womp. Oh, well.
Technology at its finest.
Yeah, Dead Zone's also down there in the southern United States. I mean, he is traveling.
Yeah. It's bad.
He's going to Arizona. He's got to be traveling through desert.
Oh, yeah. I hate that drive from Cali to Arizona. I've done it too many times.
Yeah.
We're back. Oh,
there he went.
We lost him.
Yeah.
Here
he's back.
He's back.
There you go.
He's back.
I am so sorry. I'm rolling through this hellhole, Texas, and they can't afford Wi-Fi and power lines out here.
I knew it.
That's what happens.
I knew it. He's literally driving through a dust bowl, and he's not even in Kansas.
Yeah, well.
It's all good, dude. We understand. We
Kansas
appreciate
anymore.
how much time you've given us.
Mm-hmm.
It's all good.
Where were we? I forgot we were in the conversation.
Walter's question.
I did that last question you asked for me.
Oh, yeah.
You ever had an opponent that was just like this doesn't work for me type moment? You don't have to say who it is, but just pissed you off, like you really didn't want to work with it. You did it because you're a professional, but you know they try to throw the "this don't work for me, brother" at you.
Yes, a lot of my favorites and a lot of people that would surprise you. You know what I mean? When I was younger, I was supposed to be the legend in SoCal in San Diego, who's very respected. He used to be a Punisher, a real Punisher. And he refused to put me over until someone told him, no, this is what you're going to do. And he did it willingly, I guess. And, you know, I love him to this day, but it really broke my heart, you know, that he felt I wasn't ready. There was another time that, hey, you know, I was supposed to, I've earned my stripes and it was my night, you know, and someone took that away from me and said, it doesn't work for me, brother, you know, and that really broke my heart as well. So little bitter pills. And as I grow older in this business, I see it now. I've also found myself saying, yeah, we're not doing that. Sometimes you got to do that to save people from themselves. You know what I mean? And Hulk Hogan is famous for doing that to his advantage and to save other wrestlers from hurting and hurting, you know, other people. So it works in a way that it should, and it works in a way that it shouldn't. You can abuse that term, or you can use it to save a life. So I'm very much in support of that.
Jason Dragon was chasing it wisely. Good stuff.
Yes.
I'm sure you've been through a ton of unique stories and max stipulations and circumstances. Is there like a go-to like max stipulation or setup that you're like, let's go for it? Are you more of a traditional like singles worker? Or do you prefer tag team? Like, what's your strongest focus?
I hate tag team wrestling, but I love tag teams. I'm a Steiner guy. I'm a Legion of Doom guy. I'm a Demolition guy. IRS and $1 Million Man, but
Yes.
I don't like participating in tag team matches because I'm selfish. I'm greedy. I want to be the star. And that's why me and Danny Limelight broke up. I wanted to be the star. And he wanted to be his star. And David Marquez was like, you both are Puerto Rican. You're Puerto Rican. You're from Brooklyn. You're from Brooklyn. You guys would make a great tag team. And I was like, we hate each other. No. And we had a lot of success. Never won tag team titles, but our own egos were kind of like, we don't need you. I don't need you. You don't need me. We don't need each other. Let's go our own way. And I think I found more success as a singles wrestler, and Danny Limelight has found more success as a singles wrestler as well. Do we regret it?
Yeah.
Hell no.
No, he's still. I think he's still Marquez's champion now, isn't he?
Yeah. I used to be the Arizona State champion under
Yes.
David Marquez for 315 days, and Danny Limelight is currently like the championship wrestling champion there for 100-something days. I'm not really sure. He's kicking butt, man. I love him to death. He hates me, but I love
people.
him.
It's a mutual relationship.
Yes, Mikey.
In your downtime, Gino, when you're not wrestling, are you following any sporting events of any kind that you care about?
I just had this talk with my students as they sit, next to me in the car for about 6 to 12 hours. I live in a bubble. I am uneducated about the world. I don't know a lot about the outside world. I'm like Vince McMahon. You tell me, have you ever seen Breaking Bad? No. What's a Democrat? I don't know. Have you heard about what Biden did? No. Did he fall again? I don't know. I don't know a lot of stuff, and I don't watch the NBA. I can't name 5 basketball players going today. I can name you the greats, Kobe, Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, and Shaq, but that just took you to a date, of where I was watching basketball, I guess. I don't know. But,
Right.
I do not watch hockey. I don't watch football, nothing. I strictly watch wrestling all day, every day, and that's what I do. You got to understand, this is what I love. I eat, breathe, sleep, shit, wrestling, and that's all I care about. I don't care about who wins the pennant, or who scores a touchdown. None of that. I always said this though: if I wasn't wrestling, if I wasn't a wrestler, what would you do? What would you be? I do the rodeo. I'd be a rodeo.
I can see that.
Well, you've now won Noah over because he's very much the same. He eats, sleeps, breathes wrestling. Maybe not WWE, but AEW, New Japan, Ring of Honor, TNA Impact, Stardom, AAA, all that stuff. He is our resident commentator on the channel. Whenever we do watch-alongs, he's the guy that always does play-by-play. So if you ever need a good guy to do play-by-play commentary for you and you're in the Ohio area, he's the guy to hit up right here. He will call your matches expertly.
I'll hold him up to that.
Yeah, but hey, Gino, up high, Virgil up high, because I don't watch things, and literally all I watch is professional wrestling. Damn it! So, hey, even people in the business are like guys. You get it, people?
I'm one of those guys. You'll walk into my office and you'll see just about every single wrestling promotion on TV at the same time. I'm that guy.
I got 3 laptops for a reason sometimes of how much wrestling overlaps coming this Saturday. Well, let's see, what's this Saturday? I have Impact, I have Deadline, I have Collision. Okay, I'm all set. But anyway. But I like how you talked about like other aspects though, like what would you do if you weren't like a wrestler? You talk about something like go outside, like really like did you ever like consider though like something else in the business? I mean, you talk about like students, so clearly you're like, taking up like a coaching, a mentorship type thing, leading, the future. Good on you. But did like commentary or rep or promoter or anything else within the business besides in-ring work or coach ever cross your mind?
Absolutely. So I've had 3 different tryouts with the WWE, and I can tell you right now, they told me I was too old to be a wrestler at 33. I'm 35 now. They told me I was too old, and then I tried to do referee. They said I was too old. I looked at Little Nate and I said, what does that make you? And he goes, what does that make me, a dinosaur? So I also had a tryout as an NXT announcer backstage, and I bombed that. I probably had the worst interview ever with Vic Joseph, and he probably hates my guts. I bombed that. That was my fault. I apologize. I love you, Vic. I think the world of your commentary. Please hire me. But other than that, I do run a school in Albuquerque, New Mexico. It's called OTR, Off the Ropes Pro Wrestling School in New Mexico. We train from Monday through Thursday from 4 o'clock to 8 o'clock every week. And then from Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we're on the road. Like one of my students there. We're living the dream. I have been training since 2019. I have been wrestling since January 17th of 2009, trained by Santino Bros and Joey Chaos, and I have been endorsed by that school to do what I do, and I've trained over, I'd say, a good 50, 60 wrestlers, and I've got a solid 20 that have been produced and that are wrestling right now. So I'm very happy with that. As far as what I want to do after the business, I always looked at being a manager, a menace to society. I love Classy Freddie Blassie. I love Jim Cornette, and I see myself definitely as, you know, one of the next Paul Heymans with more hair, but with the gut. And I do look forward to doing that or being a commentator. You know, I grew up in an era where Jerry the King Lawler was the shit. And Jerry the King Lawler was one of the greatest commentary guys ever because he was just so witty. So I could definitely see myself in that position.
Nice. People compare me to Joey Styles, but my greatest inspiration in my professional wrestling will always be good old JR Jim Ross.
JR is a wet dream for wrestling. I miss him dearly. No one can ever touch him.
Damn right.
Probably Gorilla Monsoon and Bobby. Those are
there you go.
But
my generation.
Wrestling announcing stopped getting better. Oh, hey, there's me. That's a funny picture. My junk had to be fixed because apparently you could see everything, the outline of it and everything. So we had to fix that. So that's great. But yeah, man, like wrestling commentary stopped being fun to me when JR and King stopped, being in the chair and they started inserting Michael Cole. I think Michael Cole is one of the last great commentators ever, and no one can touch him. Sorry, Corey Graves, I don't like his stuff. Please bring back JR and King.
Corey's an acquired taste. Like I didn't, and granted, they kind of shoehorned him into that because of the career and an injury, but he's grown on me. I'm not a fan of a lot of the commentary they have right now on either show, but WWE or AEW. But there are some still really key people there. He's Michael Cole. God, he was so lambasted for so long, and it's like, God, I can't imagine a show running right without him now.
Yeah, right. 25 years and only missed 2 shows and still going. And now does everything.
Yeah, you know what? I really hope one day, this is just a wet dream for me. I hope they bring Mike Tenay in to just do a guest spot. I really enjoyed Mike Tenay. He was one of the greatest, you know what I mean, like to ever do it. And I don't think he gets his flowers. It makes me really sad that Mike Tenay would fill me in on luchadors I've never heard of, like El Dandy and Juventud Guerrera and Hector Garza and Super Carlo. And I just feel so bad for him that he just has to only get, sidelined and sidetracked to guys in TNA, which TNA is a great company, but Mike Tenay deserves so much more. I love Mike Tenay.
I'm just glad they finally put him into the Hall of Fame, even though people might say it was a circumstantial due to the passing of course, his color analyst, Don West. But I will say this, Matthew Raybon and Tom Hannigan right now, and the fact they're only a 2-person panel, and I still believe 2 people is all you need for commentary, not more, damn it. I think they're doing very well for Impact Wrestling now, what's going to become TNA. So I really like that perspective that you put out there.
Yeah, definitely, man. Can I ask you guys a question? How do you feel about that guy that he's an Irish guy, I believe, on Raw, where he's like,
Kevin Patrick. Yes, he's on SmackDown with Michael Cole.
He is now. Yeah, he was on Raw.
He gives me a headache.
No, there's a reason they moved him to SmackDown and paired him with Michael Cole, kind of sitting there as like a backup. Kevin's a nice guy. I've met him, worked with him, kind of like doing other stuff. He's not a good play-by-play guy. That voice just does not lend well to play-by-play. You can be a nice guy in the world, but if you can't do the job properly, you shouldn't be in the seat.
Yeah, and you know something? It really drives me crazy. I don't know if they're being told to like react whenever they get hit, and they're like, "Oh,
yeah."
And then as they go to commercial break, it's more like, "It says Rollins is rolling," and he takes like a deep breath when he talks, and I'm like, "Why do you do that?" You know what I mean? I don't know. Commentary's been really unbearable lately, and I just was like, I miss the King, I miss JR, and folks, we gotta go back, folks. Blah, 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 blah. Oh goddamn! I miss Jerry and the King and Bobby Heenan and just even Jesse Ventura was one of my favorites. But
he was a goof. But
I love Bobby Heenan.
Back in the Civil War, when I was a frogman in Nam in Minnesota, this is outlandish commentary. I did love
Gorilla Matsu's like, I'm sure that was a great role. We gotta go back down the ring now with the Fink as we get ready for our next match.
Will you stop?
Yes.
You know what I love? I was a commentary mark for Vince McMahon because Vince McMahon would do this. I want you guys to listen. I want you guys to listen and tell me if I'm wrong. So Vince McMahon would be like this. And Shawn Michaels goes, he ducks the line, goes, leapfrogs, comes up, and he goes up. Hey, he's got him. Ha, no, he doesn't got him.
Right.
Yeah.
It would just drive me crazy that he would talk normal, he would bring it up, and then he'd crash. He'd just be like,
and he always...
Hey, Shawn Michaels, he's going up for the air jump, and he's got... Oh, he got him.
And he always counted to 3, no matter what. He always went 1, 2, 3. No, he kicked out, but he would always say the 3.
Always say the 3.
It would drive me crazy, but I loved Vince McMahon on commentary. He's one of my favorites. Vince McMahon was like the best. So I wish
he drew you in.
I wish I could. No, you know what? I'm going to tell you the story. So I was actually an extra, and I was doing the camera thing with the Maximum Male Models, and Vince was showing the guys how to walk. And this is around the time like Vince was going through those allegations at the time. So he was like, he didn't give a shit. He was just like, I don't care what's going on. I'm going to show these guys how to walk. So he does the little strut, and then I get in his way, and he looks at me and he goes, hello, nice to meet you. And he gets right back to what he was doing, and I was like, I just said hello to Vince McMahon. Oh my God.
Right.
Vince McMahon I know he's not the best person, and I know he's done some miscalled or he's had bad judgment, but he's really a nice man from what I've met, Awesome.
Yeah, it's everybody in the top row has met Vince. JJ got to meet him at SummerSlam, man. JJ, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Jay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of meeting him for the first SummerSlam Access back in 2009 out here in LA. They were getting ready to open up the street for everybody for the meet and greets, and he was kind of walking back and forth with the Staples security, and a bunch of us were calling out, Mr. McMahon, Vince. And he kind of like gave a subtle wave, and one of the security guards was like, he doesn't have time for you guys. And you could just see he went into like damage control mode, not the shitty faction on SmackDown, but legitimate damage control mode. And he came power walking over, started signing autographs, taking pictures with people. So I got a picture with Vince McMahon.
Yeah.
And it's just like one of the coolest things ever, because that's like a bucket list for people,
right?
It's like Hogan, Flair,
I'm trying to get there.
Austin, Rock, Vince, Taker.
Yep.
I'm trying to get there. I met him.
No, I never met him, but I shook his hand out of his Bentley. He had a Bentley and stuck his hand out. I shook his hand, but I never actually met him.
That's not good enough for me. I am not an autograph or shake hands guy. I'm a picture guy. I need visuals. That way people can say, hey, I met $1 Million Man. Well, do you have a picture? No. Well, okay, I don't believe you. I like going, hey, look, This is me and Vince Russo. This is me and Eric Bischoff. You know, like I've done that. I met Vince Russo, and he was not a pleasant guy. And I've also met Eric Bischoff, who was the most exciting man ever. He's so funny. He's awesome. I love Eric Bischoff. So, you know, Paul Heyman just looked at me like I was an insect and kept walking. So, you know, out of all those key guys, out of all those key guys from the time that I watched wrestling in the Attitude Era, those guys were important to me. And I can tell you right now, Vince and Eric Bischoff were the nicest people ever. And guys like, you know, Vince Russo and Paul Heyman were just more like, you know.
I've seen Triple H.
Look at that. That's a great picture.
That is a great
picture. That is a good picture.
Is that when he was with the do-rag, Vince?
No, this was after that.
You're after that, yeah.
We don't talk
do-rag
about that
Vince
era.
was the greatest. Do-rag
yeah,
Vince
he had a black and red Bentley, and then I can tell you because I met all of them in the cars. Triple H had a big ass yellow Hummer. Like humongous, like that thing. This is like back when they were like popping, like 2000, like that was humongous.
Yeah, I had the good fortune of being all of them at once. They were all at Vince's.
Triple H was a nice guy.
Yeah, yeah, they were at I met them all except for Stephanie at Vince's Walk of Fame thing. So I kind of got a consolidated meet and greet. It worked out perfectly.
I've met Stephanie McMahon a few times as an extra. And she's been nothing but the sweetest lady I've ever met. Steve McMahon is definitely her mother's daughter. She's just like she's so nice. So they're all nice. Man, they're all nice. I don't know what anybody says.
Go ahead, Mikey. I see you raising your hand up.
With Rumble coming up, and this will have to be my last question for the night. So let me say. Again, Gino, keep doing what you're doing. You're rocking it. You're living the dream. I'll keep an eye on you on social media and all that good stuff. You're the man. Coming up for Rumble, do you have a prediction? Who's going to win the Rumble this year?
Yes, I am going to go with, CM Punk. You know, I'm not a big fan of CM Punk, but I love Crash TV. I love drama, and I know what I want to see. I want to see CM Punk win the Royal Rumble and kind of tease the fans for the next couple of months of who he's going to face and who he's going to wrestle and antagonize us. And then I plan on seeing him wrestle. I'd like to see him wrestle Roman, but he's going to wrestle Seth, and he's going to beat him. And that's what's going to happen. I think Seth Rollins and CM Punk needs to happen. I don't want to see Cody and Roman again. If he doesn't win, then I never want to see Cody wrestle on my TV screen again because you're playing with my heart. But I hope Cody beats Roman, and I hope CM Punk beats Seth. And that's pretty much what I want to see. I did hear rumblings about Stone Cold Steve Austin and Punk coming, but I don't think that'll happen ever. So that's
Noah Foster, take notes on that. Get that ready for Sidlick predicting 2024.
There you
I'm
go.
going to take my leave and bounce out, family. You always know I love you. You guys are the greatest. Gino, you're the man. Thanks for coming out.
Stat Boy.
Catch me on the Sports Bar Tuesday, 7 o'clock. Stat Boy out.
I got to follow. I'm about to follow Gino right now because I never did when he sent the thing.
I was going to say to follow up to that question, Daniel wants to know, what do you think about the Women's Rumble? Who you thinking?
The Women's Royal Rumble, gosh, really not many options. I mean, unless it's Tam Nakano debuting in WWE, I don't really care. But I'm gonna go with Sasha Banks as a guest entry.
Ooh.
You know? I'm not a fan of like Sasha Banks, but I'm a sucker for Bayley because she's a California girl.
Yes.
But I don't think she'll win either. I do see a match with Rhea Ripley and Sasha Banks, and that is something that would sell me to watch WrestleMania.
What about Rhea Ripley versus Becky Lynch, which seems to be the more realistic possibility right now, according to what we've been seeing?
I'm sick of Becky Lynch. I've seen her for years. There's nothing else she can do. I'm bored. I'm over it. I like new blood. So I like
Yes.
I'm a guy that I'm a sucker for new action figures that are first time in the line, and I'm a sucker for, hey, this guy's getting the call up. Great, new matches, fresh faces. But when I've watched Orton and Cena wrestle for the 27th time in 16 years, I don't care for Orton coming back. I don't care about John Cena coming back. I don't want to see another Brock Lesnar Roman Reigns match. We're done with that, okay? But I'm definitely a sucker for new talent, new blood, and new matches. That's what I like.
Same. I prefer progression, not repetition.
Thank you.
Let me piggyback on that real quick. I see your hand, Walter. What about the rumors going around? Deonna Purrazzo's contract is supposed to be up come January 1st. Camille's contract in NWA is up. She's given her notice. WWE's been courting Julia from New Japan. And then, of course, there's Jade Cargill that has already been signed, just hasn't debuted yet. What about the possibility of any or all of those four in that match?
Camille would be great. Camille was what WWE is looking for. Blonde, beautiful, tall, fit, poster girl. Sorry, Lana could have had that spot, but Camille comes in and says, look at me, look at me. Jade, they kind of have buyer's remorse where they look and go, damn, she looks like a star, but goddamn, she can't wrestle. As far as the Julia, no one really knows if she comes into the Royal Rumble. The marks and everybody, the wrestlers will go, hey, that's cool, but the casual fan will go, who the hell's that? Where's Nia Jax? Where's Sable? Where's Sunny?
Really?
I know Sunny.
He's right. He's absolutely right. I watched Stardom when he said to Nakano, Kawhi, because Carlos, by the way, get well soon. She had to vacate the red belt, by the way, in case you haven't been following Stardom lately, Gino, with how busy you are. I was literally saying about that. Like I said, for me, I truly am a fan about professional wrestling. Damn it. I find the label word for WWE Sports Entertainment underwhelming. And a lot of that is due to the fact that I don't see necessarily a lot of progression when it comes to the biggest things of all. You want something new, something fresh, something organic. And the Women's Rumble right now, the big what ifs about the Virtuoso, who's been the leading star of Impact Wrestling, Camille, the leading star of the NWA, Julia, the leading champion of Stardom. I'm like, two mindsets, because, okay, you create the moment, but can you capitalize on it? Can you give forward momentum? Yes, Rhea Ripley is the most perpetual, progressive character, but what the hell is her title match since she beat Charlotte Flair at WrestleMania?
Let me tell you something. Deonna Purrazzo is a beautiful girl, and she's everything I want in a woman. She's wonderful, but she doesn't fit the Triple H, Nick Khan, Vince McMahon, Stephanie McMahon vision as far as this is what a WWE women's wrestler looks like, and Camille fits that build.
Yep.
Camille can do it all. She has Nick Aldis backing her, Mickie James, you know what I mean? And I just don't think that Deonna Purrazzo has enough backers to be that big star. Camille will definitely send Charlotte to the back of the line. There's nothing else you can do with Charlotte, but there's a lot you can do with Camille in the next 5 years that will carry her. We got to look forward and not past. Not look in the past. And I do believe that Charlotte has done enough. Becky has done enough. Bayley never got her due. Sasha Banks will come in and be a hot ticket for a bit. But in the long run, we need new blood. We need new characters, new wrestlers, fresh faces. You know what I mean? That's just the way I look at it. I don't think Jade is ready for what's coming her way at all.
Yeah, even though she's training with Ricky Starks, apparently the WWE Performance Center. And, of course, people like Ricky Starks and FTR have also been talked about to go to WFTR, of course, formerly the Revival there. But, yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. Camille, she has the look and everything that they can do with her, and she also has the in-ring work. With Deonna Purrazzo, she's one of the very few that is technically savvy and has owned her craft and herself in Impact Wrestling. Long may she reign. And as far as Julia, I think WWE has mixed bags sometimes when they initially bring in a Japanese female professional wrestler into their ecosystem. And why a few like Asuka and Io Sky have been able to capitalize on it. I just don't know if they could do a lot with anybody in this new crop of pro wrestlers from a female capacity. And Julia, in my opinion, ticks all the boxes. I just don't know what they would do with her.
The problem is, I think with Asuka speaks broken English. You know, the other beautiful Asian girls, they all speak broken English. But if you look at Hikaru Shida, she is not a great character, but she's learned English really well. And she just had an interview on AEW Rampage, I believe. And I was like, oh my gosh, she can speak great English. She's beautiful. She's young. You know what I mean? WWE needs that. And they're hiring girls that are monsters in the ring that can go. But what they need are women that can speak on the microphone, that can relate to an American audience. And I think Hikaru Shida can do that. She just needs a better character, you know? And I think she needs to make the jump to WWE or NXT someday, somehow. Because they're hiring great Oriental wrestlers, beautiful Oriental wrestlers. I just don't think that they can relate to an audience because Asuka barely, you know, relates to an English audience other than saying she's not ready or nobody's ready for Asuka. But, you know, we want a story. We want a Japanese girl who's beautiful, who can speak English, who can talk and literally make us feel something. Is she sad? Is she angry? Is she mad? Is she broken down? Is she in a dark place? Does she hear voices in her head? We want to know, and we need more from the Oriental talent. We need more from the Indian talent, the Spanish talent. You know what I mean? So it's a good thing. I was told in order to get hired by the WWE, maybe I should learn Spanish. You know, that would help me a lot. And then I'm also being told that other people who don't speak English, maybe they should learn English. So you can't just go to the WWE and think you're gonna get your life made by just, you know, learning English. Speaking English or speaking Spanish. You need to do more. You know, Tozawa speaks clear English. You know what I mean? Tajiri Kayfabe speaks English. You know what I mean? So these people that have all succeeded have learned the language, understood the language, and have used it to their benefit. And I just hope that the women's side, they do the same.
Mm-hmm. Tajiri has like a master degree.
He does.
If you've ever met Tajiri, he's no dummy.
Yeah.
And he what he does is it's very funny. It's a great rib on everybody. He does what any ribber would do, is, you know, act like he doesn't understand you because he doesn't want to talk to you in English and wants to speak Japanese. I know a few Hispanic friends that will play dumb and not pretend to not speak English, but they know English very well. They just don't want to speak it to you. I spoke to Pagano in Mexico, and he was speaking Spanish to me, and he, you know, his girlfriend, Miss Kath, was like, he speaks English. He's being lazy. He doesn't want to. I'm like, okay, no doubt, you know. So
that's brilliant.
To this day, one of the most weird things was talking to Sabu. I was like, no, I don't want no. So, but you know,
when he broke kayfabe on you.
Well, no, it wasn't he broke kayfabe. It's just, you know, he held the Mystique for so long, but then when he went to WCW, you know, Vince made him talk, and he didn't talk a lot. But now that he's doing the convention circuit, you can't do the convention circuit and not talk. It doesn't work, even for Sabu.
Yeah.
So when I went out to work a convention and was just chatting with Rob Van Dam, and Sabu started talking, I was like, whoa, hang on, stop that. That's enough of that. So it's definitely a weird thing to have that still be I guess a tried and true kayfabe thing. It's like, man, you got to relate to the audience you're working with, and in this country, in WWE, you have to relate to everybody.
Yeah, it's definitely something that a lot of young guys like myself and the ones before me have to understand. Look, they have over 200 wrestlers at the PC that can wrestle their ass off, but you hand them a microphone and say, "Hey, here's 30 seconds. Get over, kid. Can you get over? Can you talk? Can you tell a story within 30 seconds?" They can't do that. You can hire all the collegiate athlete wrestlers you want and all the strong men you want, but when you hand these people a microphone and tell them to go out there and tell a story, they'll freeze. That's what's missing in today's wrestling, is everybody wants to be a wrestler. Nobody wants to be an actor. Nobody wants to be a storyteller. And I think they need more people like Ryan Katz. They need more people like the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes, to teach you character development to succeed. That is why we are failing. That is why everybody in AEW is a cookie cutter, great indie wrestler from PWG. But no one can be The Rock. No one can be Stone Cold or Kurt Angle because they lack charisma. They lack acting. They're afraid of, I can't act like that. I can't do this and do this role. I don't want people to laugh at me, you know? But that's what we need.
Kurt Angle throwback. They lack the 3 eyes.
That's right.
Integrity.
You know? Intensity, integrity, and what?
Intelligence.
Intelligence. You know, one of my favorite angles was with Kurt Angle and Stone Cold on the couch. You know?
Friggin' singing Jimmy Crack Corn and Kumbaya. It's Angle and Austin. Yeah.
Yeah, and another one was I'm just a sexy Kurt. Sexy Kurt. I'll make your ankle hurt. Ankle hurt.
That's it.
Yeah.
You know,
one of my favorites.
JJ, we were having the people get a chance to interview Gino. I think Gino interviewed for a job on this show and he passed. I've been throwing it out there.
Hey guys, I love talking. If I had the money at the time, I was gonna go to school to major in communications and be a TV reporter and do all this stuff just so I could get into WWE. And I couldn't afford the books. I dropped out of college, beauty school dropout. But I couldn't afford college, so I dropped out. But I told Vic Joseph the same thing. I was like, look, I know I bombed this freaking interview. I know you'll never hire me or give me another chance to do this. But understand, I can communicate and carry a conversation with a bench by myself and still entertain myself. I know what I can do for fans around the globe if I'm placed on TV. And he's like, yeah, have a great day. And I was like, well, tried. So.
Yeah. I wanted to get into radio and couldn't secure a stupid $10,000 loan for Connecticut School of Broadcasting. And just never tried again.
We're broke Latin people. My mom messed it up for the whole family.
Hey, you know what? Don't feel bad. Vic's own fiance got released the other day, so nobody's safe.
There you go. Look at that. See, I heard that, and I don't want to say karma, but for not hiring Gino, but I'm gonna say I told you so.
Going back to what you were saying.
Let me take that back because that's a horrible thing to say. I don't like seeing anybody lose their job. But I know this. I know this for a fact, guys. That woman is beautiful. She's smart. She's intelligent. She will land a job within the next 90 days. You know what I mean? She will be.
She's already started her own business that she had on the side anyway. Mackenzie's fine. She'll be fine.
Mackenzie is a wonderful person. I've met her a few times. She's a beautiful, tall girl. I've never been so intimidated and looking up at a woman so much in my life.
Right.
She's great, and she will land a job. I hope she finds well. This is not the end all and be all. WWE. A lot of people will tell you that. A lot of people think, oh, I got fired from the WWE. This is it. No, this is just the start. This is the journey back there. You just got to work a little harder. Look at Drew McIntyre.
Right.
Yeah. Going back to what you were saying about some of the Japanese talent, Matthew asked, what do you think about what they're doing with Shinsuke Nakamura? Do you think they should do that with Asuka, Kairi, and Io, or is it hurting his character too much?
No, because it makes Shinsuke Nakamura stand out. Shinsuke Nakamura can speak English. I've heard him. I sat down and watched him and Okada when Okada came to visit backstage at WrestleMania, and everybody said, Okada's meeting with Triple H and he's going to sign. And no, he was there to visit Nakamura and eat Fruit Loops in catering with us. So Nakamura can speak great English, but I think what they're doing stands out a lot. It's never been done for a Japanese talent that I know of. But I think what they're doing is great. It makes us read. I watched the whole movie. I forgot what it was called. Gosh, it was about the Mayans. And it was all where I had to read the screen. Gosh, it was a great movie. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I think what they're doing with Nakamura is great. He's going to get over more. I first turned into a Nakamura fan when I watched him at Wrestle Kingdom 14, I believe, and I was turned on ever since. And I love that man. He's awesome. He's a great guy. I just missed the strong style Shinsuke Nakamura. But when you're doing this 200 days a year, every night, yeah, the strong style kind of has to tone down. But no, Nakamura's a star, and people know that. And Nakamura will definitely carry himself. I do predict him being the WWE champion within the next 5 years.
Out of all of us, I'm the one that's been calling for them to do this for so long. Just let them speak Japanese, be the heel. You can ask all of them. I've been calling for that for years, or some kind of like Japanese Mafia heel group where just let them be themselves and speak Japanese.
He wants the Yakuza in WWE.
Yes. They won't tap into that because they don't want to get attacked. But here's the thing. I've got a student who barely speaks English, and his name is Marco. And I tell him, don't speak English for the fans. You be a proud Mexican and speak Spanish, and it's going to drive all these white and black and Asian people crazy because they're going to go, we can't understand you. That's making me mad. Go back to your country. We're getting heat. Do you see Jinder Mahal speaking English? No, he'll speak in his tongue, and then, whatever. He'll be like, in case you didn't understand, I said America sucks. And we get mad, right? I tell my guy, don't speak English. Make people mad by speaking your language. Other than that, I think Nakamura's a star. He's going to be the champion. The last great Asian wrestler I saw in the WWE was it Hakushi? Anybody remember him?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember. Absolutely.
I loved him.
Absolutely.
I loved him so much. I went with a Sharpie and I colored my body, and it took about 4 or 5 days to wipe all that off, and I did the same thing. So love him.
I think, unfortunately for him, I think his character got lost in that New Generation shuffle nonsense.
It did, and losing to Undertaker really didn't help, and Bret Hart literally kicked his ass every night. So, today could he get over? Sure. If the Stone Pitbull Ishii can get over, I'm pretty sure Hakushi could do the same. It's the same gimmick. One just walks very funny.
Well, it was, he was so much better showcased working with people like Rob and Sabu and ECW just a couple of years later. So,
Oh yeah.
Freaking Ishii's been through enough strong style wars, holding the Never Avoid Championship. But how much? I mean, again, the dude was once registered dead for 10 freaking minutes. So the fact that he walks awkwardly and fights like his life depends on it speaks volumes. And by the way, it's Wrestle Kingdom 10 that Shinsuke Nakamura was involved in last.
2014.
And then, of course, he went out to WWE. And I still say his best match was his debut match, NXT TakeOver Dallas, him versus Sami Zayn. But he's done some good ones since.
That one was a great one. I also want to let you guys know that I want to make this bold prediction, and I'm willing to bet money on this, okay? Because of all this Shinsuke Nakamura bringing up the word chaos, you have to kind of raise an eyebrow and go, Okada's fucking coming. Okada's coming.
I saw that the other day, and I wanted to voice it, but I was not as bold as you. So I'm glad you said it. I co-signed. Like Okada, if he's not already signed, he will be.
If you want to take down New Japan Pro Wrestling, and you don't want to say it out loud, what you do is you start by robbing them of their talent. AEW took apart that roster in New Japan. They haven't been the same. They haven't recovered. They lost Will Ospreay. They lost Nakamura. Who else? They've lost the Young Bucks. That was a major blow to Ring of Honor. That was a major blow to the New Japan. The only one left to take away right now, besides one of my favorite wrestlers, Naito, but they won't sign him, is Okada. Okada is one of the greatest wrestlers in the world. And if you want to take apart New Japan Pro Wrestling where it is beyond repairable, you start at the top, you take away Okada, you get that man, and then who do they have left? Naito. They have, I mean, I could name
Sonata, Tanahashi, Ishii,
Ishii, Takahashi. They have those guys, but none of those guys, to me, can carry that company the way Okada is and can. And what you do is you chop off that dragon head, and you bring Okada in, and you make another splash so that AEW cannot pick up another star and you cut AEW's legs by picking up Okada. Yeah, you guys got Edge. Cool, have them. We're looking in the future. We need another 5 years. Edge doesn't have another 10 years. You know, I know Orton's saying, you know, I've got 10 years. I want to see Orton in the WWE for another 2 years, and I want to see fresh faces again. How can you do that? Yeah. You bring Okada in, and Okada can do it all.
You know, the minute they signed the rematch with Okada and Danielson, because I know Danielson's looking to hang it up next year, first thought that came to my mind was, all right, we're going to see it before Bryan retires. And I thought, they seem to be getting, you know, and they put it at the Tokyo Dome. So it's like, okay, this is going to be a big moment for a lot of reasons. This could be Okada's, like, big out.
That's what it is they're going to give him one last hurrah. I think they're going to give him one last. There's no other match Okada needs in New Japan. He's wrestled everybody. He's beaten everybody. They're going to give him that Daniel Bryan match, and Daniel Bryan's not a selfish punk, and I think Daniel Bryan's going to put him over, and I think Okada is going to go, thank you, this is my curtain call. I'm going to go to the America, and I believe Triple H will set him straight like Shinsuke Nakamura, put him in a nice house in Florida, bring his family here, and everybody loves America. That's the dream, right, is to live in America. And I think Okada loves America, and I think he wants to come here. And I think Triple H is a smart man. Guys, you know, one Saudi Arabia check can really change a lot of things in the WWE.
Oh, my God.
And I do believe Okada will throw a random number, and they'll go, okay, done. Bring him in.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you what, JJ.
You got to stop looking at this business as a fan, and you got to start looking at this business as a business. What is going to keep this company going for the next 4 years, 5 years? John Cena's out. The Rock's gone. Taker's gone. Triple H is gone. Goldberg, we'll never hire him again. But we've got Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins has another 2 or 3 years. I think we need Will Ospreay. Ospreay is going to see what it is in AEW. He's going to go, yeah, fuck this. Triple H, I signed a 3-year deal or a 7-year deal. I'm ready. You know, we need young talent. And if they never do, don't worry. They've got a lot of young dogs in NXT who are going to pick up that reins and run with it.
I hope AEW just uses a lot of their young talent, because you look at the ecosystem right now. There's a lot of talent under 30 right now, and several of them are their champions. You were talking about people lacking the character, charisma, that crowd connection. There's one person that checks all those boxes. It might be the biggest blow to AEW if they lose him. That's MJF.
Here's the problem with that. Here's the problem with AEW. When they first started, it was a lot of the pillars, and we're you know, this will not be a company that accepts WWE and former stars. Well, we have Tony Schiavone, Ric Flair, and Sting rubbing up against my TV, and I have no problem with it, but I'm like, that's not the future. Where the heck is Jungle Boy? Where's Darby Allin? Where's, you know, Dante? Where's all the young kids that need that precious time? I understand maybe they may not draw or they don't know how to get on TV, but we need those guys to be taught, you know, how to act. You know, there was a time when there was a very young Sting who didn't know how to talk, who wasn't really good on the microphone, but he looked great, and someone gave him an opportunity. We need that same opportunities for the young guys in AEW. Otherwise, we're just watching a rebirth of WCW, which I loved. I love Crash TV, but I don't want to see that happen. I don't want the industry to suffer again with one wrestling company. I would like the boys to make as much money as they can. There was a time when Randy Orton was, you know, kind of saying, hey, AEW, what's up? What's up? You know what I mean? My contract's up. You know what I mean? I like that. I like the boys. I like that the boys can make more money now. And if this company wants to stay alive, they need to invest in their young talent the way WWE is with NXT.
I'll give you that. I even tell JJ, I used to say not my NXT, but it's come around, and it really has focused a lot on breeding new stars. And to Matthew's point, you see a list of several right there, and a few of them are right now on the main roster. Call whatever you will, Brent Split LOL, NXT is not Raw or SmackDown. Creed Brothers, Austin Fury, and then you got Rising, Braun Breaker, Camilla Hayes, Thea Hill, the Roxanne, sorry, JJ, even though she's Cora. So, I mean, there's definitely a true core that aspect there. Yeah. If nothing else, at least we could say in this day and age, you have more than one option. And there is more opportunity than ever to find yourself and be created and be profitable. Impact, AEW, WWE, they're just the three biggest juggernauts.
Go ahead,
Look, I
Walter.
love seeing Suzuki. I love seeing Suzuki across my screen. But you know what? There's got to be, a Show and Yo in New Japan that needs an opportunity. There's a bunch of kids in Noah that need an opportunity.
Yeah.
We got to give these guys a chance to shine, and it's okay to fail. It's okay to not draw
Mm-hmm.
a 7.1 rating. It's not the 90s anymore. People need to understand that 500,000 and 900,000, that's probably the best wrestling is going to get right now. So give these kids a shot.
There you go.
Yeah, what do you think of Trick Williams? Because I see Future Star written all over this guy with the music, with how the crowd chants "Whoop that trick" and how big he is and young. I see Future Star written all over him.
Yeah.
I didn't hear a word you said. I apologize. Can you please repeat that?
I was asking your thoughts on Trick Williams because I really see Future Star written all over him because he's got the music, the fans chanting his name, whoop that trick, all that. So Trick Williams, I think, is like a good future.
He is. He looks great. I will never discredit a young brother. I always want to see young black men get their due in this business and their shine. He is a future star. He looks great. He's tall. He's young. He's handsome. But I'm a fan. I'm more of like, Steiner's son. There's a lot of other guys that I want to see shine. More than the Trick Williams guy. I think Trick Williams is awesome, but I see about 10 more guys that I want to see before him come in.
Oh yeah. That's good about NXT. There's so many people that are just right there.
Yeah.
Like one or two more moments and they're off the races.
I'm shocked Braun hasn't been in the main roster yet. That's shocking to me.
They're probably using him to still cultivate the talent down there because, you got these people that are ready, but then these people need to lead the next crop of people who we want to be ready. I mean, JJ, did I not say last year that I thought that NXT deadline should be like a final exam to see, okay, we see how far they could go. Now we let them stand and deliver and see who's ready to go up there because, in my opinion, a draft should be the graduation for NXT to be promoted. Bigger opportunity, bigger payday. It seems to make sense to me in that type of logic and reality, even though I still don't think that, that's the thing.
My thing is, I think NXT needs to stop being scared. When you put somebody on TV, they just put two young kids on TV. You can tell that they're nervous on Raw because they keep. I think it's the shorter, stubbier one. He looks very nervous and he keeps messing up and he's not as sharp as he was in NXT. It happens to a lot of wrestlers when you're in a different arena. I get it all the time. When I go to an arena and I feel weird about it, I'm like, oh, this is a weird arena. I feel weird. They get nervous. They act a certain way in the ring. I think NXT needs to just stop being scared to fail. And WWE needs to stop being afraid. I know they're trying to, we want the best ratings. But look, man, you need to take a chance on these kids. There's a whole crop of guys in NXT that deserve to be on TV right now. And I think looking in AEW's direction is, Adam Cole, we're going to get him next. Don't worry about Adam Cole. Let him do death matches and drink people's blood like a damn vampire. Look at the kids that you have down in NXT. Pick them up and give them an opportunity.
Yeah, and again, like I said, a lot of the roster in AEW is under 30, so I hope that they do get more of those opportunities. And seeing people like MJF, like Julia Hart, Chris Statlander, Sky Blue, and then you talk about Lucha Libre talent, you like the people like Commander, Gravity, Bandito, Vikingo, Penta, Ray Phoenix, again, get well soon. Dante Martin just came back, so now you got Top Flight in play, Action Andretti. It does seem like they're trying to cultivate a lot of the younger talent, or at least trying to, but they just don't know necessarily what to do with them, like to the fullest yet, where I do think WWE has a clear direction with their NXT system, and I think that plays to WWE's benefit, but unless you give somebody an opportunity just to see what they can do.
Don't you dare say Gravity, he is terrible.
I just said that because he's related to Bandito. He was a younger brother. Anyway, you gotta give these younger people a chance to see whether they sink or swim, because the big what if will never be answered unless it's actually tried out.
Exactly.
JJ, I think a while back I saw Dattila in the chat. I think she had a question that she just wanted.
She did one that was starred, but we were on this whole tangent. I kind of wanted to wait till we got through it.
It's a great conversation because at the end of the day,
Absolutely.
we care about the business thriving. In order for the business to thrive, you gotta cultivate new talent. And I said it before, the problem with this business, there's a quantity versus quality effect. There's so much quantity that you can build quality that the companies themselves don't try and elevate or push on that quality. They keep relying more on the past. And I think that still affects a lot of people.
Yeah, that's one of the main reasons why I wanted Gino on the show, aside from being a longtime friend of ours, is he's got such a great mind for the business. You know, I see him put random thoughts and, you know, tirades or rants, whatever you want to call them, on his Facebook wall from time to time. And it's like, dude, this guy is speaking truth. People just need to take notice of this.
Real talk. Eddie Kingston.
But our buddy Dattila wanted to know what your favorite Undertaker match was, considering you're a lifetime Taker fan.
Man, I am such a loser for this, but my favorite feuds of all time, my favorite feud ever is Undertaker versus Mankind from '96, Boiler Room Brawl. But nice. I have a guilty pleasure. SummerSlam 1994, Undertaker versus Undertaker. One of my favorite matches ever. Because I wasn't sure as a kid. I was suckered. I was like, wait, there can be two Undertakers. God bless Brian. God bless him. But I was just a sucker. And I was like, Mom, there's two Undertakers. I don't know who's who. They both had the same tattoos, same hair. One had gray gloves, one had purple gloves. I was a sucker. Paul Bearer sold it well, like, you know, and Ted DiBiase sold it well. It was just, I really loved those matches. And I also did love the Psycho Sid versus Undertaker WrestleMania 13, 1997. I love that. That is one of my favorite Undertaker matches ever. And I could go on and on. I literally stopped being a fan of Undertaker matches after WrestleMania 18 with Undertaker versus Ric Flair. I never really got into any of his matches ever again. Everybody always asks, well, why don't you like the Shawn Michaels versus Taker match? And I'm like, I don't know. It's because I watched Hell in a Cell, you know, in 97. I'm sorry, was it 9? Yeah, I think 97.
It was 97.
Bad Blood. It was Bad Blood, and I said I saw enough. I saw what I wanted to see. We all wanted to see Shawn Michaels get his butt whipped, and you know that's the Undertaker with Shawn Michaels match I like. I don't like the I think WrestleMania 25 or 26 or something.
Both of those, yeah.
The 25 was the first encounter, and I was one that followed the streak to what it was worth, but I thought the streak should have ended that night. And then they did the rematch 26, where Shawn Michaels' career was on the line.
Dare you?
And Undertaker beat him again. And Shawn Michaels
I'm one that thinks the streak should have never ended.
How dare you? You are Satan himself. The Undertaker streak should have never been ended. I almost damn near had a heart attack. I thought I was eating too many freaking fries with oil because of that. I don't know what happened, but to end the Undertaker streak was the dumbest thing I've ever heard, and I'll never forgive Vince. I'll never forgive Brock. And
that's
this
right.
Is blasphemy. This is blasphemy that someone said that I thought the Undertaker streak should have ended. It should have never been ended because that is something that was a draw. That was something that many fans should I think, like, that was something that we could tell our kids. Hey, you know, there was this great wrestler by the name of Undertaker. He was undefeated every WrestleMania, never lost, because that was the granddaddy of them all. That was the show of shows. That was when Undertaker was the greatest all around. And I can't believe anybody in their right state of mind would support that. I hate that.
Thank you, Gino. You are my new best friend, Gino.
Undefeated?
No,
Just retired
Gino,
undefeated?
you're my new best friend. He should have never.
Nothing
That
lasts
should have been
forever,
his
brother.
legacy. That should have been his legacy. Never got defeated at WrestleMania.
Never. That should have been his legacy. Now we have to go, well, he's 21-0 or 20. I'm so mad I can't even think of the right number.
I don't try to figure about WrestleMania 30. I just figure about the story of being a lifelong Shawn Michaels fan to your lifelong Undertaker fan, and plus the story would have fit perfectly if it was that night.
I have 3 little girls who are Undertaker fans. Okay, they love Undertaker because I do, and then now they're gonna have to tell their kids, hey, the Undertaker lost his streak at WrestleMania. I can't go on every year to go, guys, you know, I know there's a chance he could lose, but the streak will never end. And that's something that you took away from me and broke my heart as a wrestling fan. And as a business, you know, I didn't understand why we did that. Brock is literally here and there. Roman Reigns is here and there. It didn't build anybody. It didn't do anything for me but infuriate me and push me away as a fan. It didn't make me more of a fan of Brock. It just made me more angry. And you can call it heat. You can call it being a mark. But as for me, it just broke my heart. I didn't want to see that. That shouldn't have happened.
Gino,
I respect that.
Gino, you mentioned 2 matches, both that tie into my dad and his fan of The Undertaker. The WrestleMania 13 match with Sid. To this day, I've only got 2 pictures with Undertaker involved that I had made for my dad. The one is the WrestleMania 13 pose with the winged eagle, and the other one is he and I and Undertaker at WrestleMania weekend this year with me holding the urn that I bought for that purpose. For the streak match, we were sitting right here on this couch because I didn't have the TV hooked up to the Roku yet, so we were watching WrestleMania on my laptop, right in this spot. The 3 count went down. My dad stood up, walked over there, sat in his chair. He goes, done being a full-time fan. Has never gotten back into it full-time since. To this day, 10 years later.
Look at that. That is amazing. See, that is amazing. And let me tell you something. I have that probably the same signed picture of The Undertaker holding the belt at WrestleMania 13, which is one of my greatest wrestling memories and moments of all time.
Hell yes.
That was one of my favorites. And then as far as, The Undertaker, being at WrestleMania, I got to see him wrestle, I believe was, oh my gosh, was it Bray Wyatt? When it was at WrestleMania 31.
Bray Wyatt, yes.
Yep.
I was there for that, and I will never forget that experience. You know what I mean? But somebody in the chat, I guess, brought up wrestling Roman Reigns and him beating him and having like not a great match. And I was like, yeah, you know, I don't want to. The streak should have stopped after he beat Brock, and that could have been it. You know what I mean? But they had to wear him down and beat him again and again, and it's just like now you've shown that The Undertaker doesn't matter. He's just another guy in the roster, and he's one of the greatest creations in Vince McMahon's memory, and whatever. But just being
arguably the greatest
at WrestleMania, you can never. That took years out of my life and fandom.
No, yeah,
and I am not happy about that.
Go ahead, Walter.
Yeah, I literally cried when ask my wife. She was next to me. I literally cried when he lost his streak. 2, when he came back. Yeah, when he came back at WrestleMania 20, am I the only one that wanted him to come back full gray gloves like old Undertaker? I went crazy. I was like, come back with the gray gloves just once, and he never gave it to us.
Every year that The Undertaker would come back, I was always like, purple gloves, purple gloves, and he'd come out in the same cowboy outlaw, and I'm like, bullshit. But
the USC style gloves.
But let me tell you something. I have my friend snapped a picture of me when the Undertaker streak ended. Because he does this thing called live reactions or whatever. And he snapped a picture of my face, and I'll send it to you guys so you guys can post it for the chat one day, or on Twitter or whatever. And it's literally me shocked because I'm like, they botched. what happened? It was the referee's fault. Like, no, what happened? I didn't know what happened. And I was so angry when they said this and the graphic appeared on the screen, and I was like, no effing way. I literally didn't want to watch the rest of WrestleMania. I was like, no, this is stupid. What the hell are they doing? And then
you rival that fan's face reaction that when it happened. Remember the fan?
Yeah, there was the African American brother who was like, and I felt the same. There's another thing too is with you said, oh my god, I lost what you said. Oh, the every time Undertaker would return, it was a letdown for me because I wanted purple gloves, purple tie, Taker with the purple, the black and purple hat, and you know what I mean. That was my favorite Undertaker in the world. Was 96 Undertaker, 94, 96, 95 during the worst years of wrestling. But I can tell you that like I lost a little bit of love for the Undertaker in 2000 when he came back as the American Badass, and I was just, I think it was 2000, 2000, Unforgiven. It was just to me, I was like, what the hell is this? I don't want to see this. I don't want a guy on a bike. I want the dead man who literally floated from the Titantron in Royal Rumble 94 and said, I will not rest in peace.
That's one of my favored moments when he floated out of there.
You know, like that was my favorite Taker, was all the supernatural shit. As a kid, I loved Supernatural Undertaker and Paul Bearer going, oh yeah.
I saw his debut in Survivor Series. I was there.
Look at the size of that hammer.
Well, I couldn't hear that, Noah. I couldn't hear that. I was there in person.
I know.
Well, I stole that VHS tape from Blockbuster because it was there. I said that I lost the tape, and I think they charged me like $6.99 or $8.99 for a tape, but I kept it, and I think I still have it.
Nice.
Yeah, I used to steal a lot from Blockbuster. They can't sue me now. They're out of business. Or they can't get their tape back. But
I did that from a place called Tommy
I would
Gaines.
steal their tapes. I would literally go in there and steal all of their VHSs. And how do I mean that is, of course you had to grab the cover and then get the tape from over the counter. I'm dating my age. You would have to grab the cover or the box and go.
I worked at a Blockbuster. I got you, Gino. You're good.
There you go. So you'd have to go and get the tape from over the counter, and I would never return the tapes, or I'd say I lost them, and they would either charge me or they would ban me. So I just go to another store, or I go to a place called Hollywood Video and steal their stuff too.
There you go.
I worked at Hollywood Video.
You know, I can't be the only crook around here in California, in the United States, that stole the wrestling videos from Blockbuster. I also stole from my local library. I still have a classy Freddie Blassie magazine that I stole, along with an Avril Lavigne CD back in 2001. And yeah, I still have those things. But I was a sucker, man. I couldn't afford a lot of stuff, but I just wanted wrestling. My mom couldn't afford it, so I stole it.
I stole it in a different way. So you know how they have the little code on the box? I would put a blank VCR tape back in the box, so they'll scan the thing like I returned it, but I didn't return return the actual video.
That's old school.
Did you hear that? Yeah, he's right here on my podcast.
Guys.
Get him jailed right away.
You got him?
Yes, I do not associate with these ever. I've never
follow the IP address for @Ranger of Wrestling on YouTube.
Yeah.
IP address 172. No, sorry, what were you
Look,
saying?
man. I actually stole the Hulk Hogan cassette tape. It was called like the Wrestling Boot Band.
Mm-hmm.
And I stole that cassette tape from my library too. And,
guys are
I never got that back. Huh?
See, I was lucky with that one. I never had to steal that. I bought it at the 99-cent store on CD.
Hey, come on.
There you go now.
So I actually invested $1 in that.
Emmanuel's comment. I had one of those called the Scrambler. I had that TV cable box.
Same.
Well,
and as far as stealing the videos from Blockbuster, I never was that bad, but I was the pirate guy. I was the guy that always ignored the warning, the illegal reproduction of this broadcast, and I would set up the dual VCRs.
Same.
I remember when I first got into wrestling, I had a tape with King of the Ring 96 and Survivor Series 97. Those were like the first two tapes I rented. You know, the birth of Austin 316 and the screw job. It was like I figured start there for my history.
Guys,
We were broke,
we're
but
incriminating ourselves. Someone's gonna report
right,
us.
we are. We're like rappers that like snitch on themselves in the lyrics, and you're like, "Yo, stop snitching on yourself."
I hear
How
am
am
an
I ever gonna
innocent
get hired by
bystander.
Vic
I
Joseph
have
if he knows
no
I stole
affiliation
VH
with anybody on this panel.
tapes?
Right.
But I would
How
do.
am I ever
We grew up
gonna get
poor, but
hired by Vic Joseph, man.
yeah, my mom. That's why King of the Ring holds a special place in my heart, because my birthday's in June, and every year she would order me King of the Ring as my birthday present. Even though we were broke, she always ordered that pay-per-view for me. So I got to see King of the Ring every year growing up because of that. Yeah.
Disgusting. You're a Gemini. My mom's a Gemini. Disgusting.
Nah, I'm a Cancer.
I'm
right at the end. Yeah.
I despise
Geminis. I'm Aquarius with water bear, but that, you know, we're not talking about horoscopes here. I don't know if we all believe in horoscopes.
Well, look at us all trying to set each other up for dates. Hey, what are you? I'm a Taurus. I'm a Libra. Look at us.
You know what's funny? I'm surprised there's never been like a gimmick based on that. As big as that is in the world, like how people really follow astronomy and follow the horoscopes, there's never been a wrestling gimmick based on that. Like that surprises me.
That's fair. Oh.
I never thought about that. You know what I mean? But I mean, you want longevity in the wrestling business. You want a gimmick that's gonna last you more than 6 months, and not like Kazarni. I love Sin Bodhi, but you know that was something that wasn't gonna last for a long time.
But
I love Sin too, but it was never going to be a WWE sustainable gimmick. It just wasn't going to be a thing.
I can see the promos on the astronomy. The person just reading the newspaper says, "Well, your horoscope today says," and they just say some shit like "you're gonna lose" or make it about wrestling. Like
Walter,
I can see that gimmick working.
Walter, that wouldn't go over in 2024. You know, people only read about Twitter and live streaming and that type of
Talking
thing.
about back in the day when dumpsters, when like people were garbage truck drivers and stuff.
To Matthew's point, Beefcake was the Zodiac in WCW, but we don't talk about the Dungeon of Doom anyway, so
Yeah. You know what? I always thought Miss Cleo would have been a great wrestler, a great promo.
Oh my God! Right?
Call me now for your free tarot reading. Yeah, I love Miss Cleo.
Call the superstar line. Option 3 is Miss Cleo.
Oh Lord!
You know what? I'm definitely dating myself. I apologize. People don't think I know all these things, and I used to be one of those guys that stayed online and downloaded Sunny for 7 days on my computer. That was me. God bless her soul. She is going to be in jail until I am 52 years old. So, geez.
I am so glad you brought that up, JJ. You're moderating, dude. But yeah, go for it, brother.
No, go ahead. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say. We actually had if Gino doesn't go along, and we're going along. I love it. We were going to talk about Tammy tonight because JJ and I have both met her. I've worked with her a couple times in the Indies over the years. Did you ever get a chance to work with Tammy at all in the Indies? And where are you? What do you think about what's going on with her this last year and a half, really?
I was obsessed with Tammy, Sunny. I always thought I was going to be with her and marry her one day. And God dodged that bullet for me. But I was one of those guys back in 1996 that, like I said, AOL was killing the line. And, I was obsessed with Sunny. You could just say that. And I had never met her. I've almost come close to meeting her. And, at the time I was like, man, she's old. She's a little chunky. No one wants her, but I do.
Hell yeah, man.
That never happened for me, but I know a few wrestlers that have been with her, and I was jealous at the time until she started being a complete wreck of a human being, and I'm so glad that I did not meet her. I'm glad that I didn't get a chance to work with her and have those horror stories like Teddy Hart. But you know what? I do wish Sammy the best in her life. I hope she understands what she did was wrong. It was hurtful. She should have stopped the first 7 times she got behind a wheel. And you get what you deserve when you trade a life for a life. That's what happened. And you can blame your trauma and your history on not finishing college and Chris Candido. You can blame all that on him, but you know what? Bad karma happens to bad people, and what you did to Chris, what you were doing behind his back, in front of his face, with Shawn Michaels and with British Bulldog. I didn't say that. Harry, don't come for me. But whatever.
Yeah. Please, Harry, don't come for Gino. We love Gino. We love you too,
please,
Harry.
Do not tie me in a fucking pretzel. But Sonny, bad karma. When you do bad things to good people, you know what I mean. God has another plan for you. Your God has another plan for you. You could have, driven your car straight. You took a left and you hit all those potholes. And unfortunately, this is what you deserve. No one deserves to die anyway.
No.
And I think, if you needed help, there's so many ways you can ask for help besides get behind a steering wheel and trade a life for a life. I have no sympathy for people that, have DUIs or shouldn't be behind a wheel. I have family members that have died because of it, and I have family members that have gotten behind a wheel, including guys like my brother, which makes me sad. And they don't understand that they could literally take away someone, dearly to someone. That's somebody's dad that was killed. That was somebody's grandpa, somebody's father, somebody's cousin. And I just want them to know how if it wasn't her, if it was her dad, if it was her grandpa, if it was her brother, how would she feel? She'd want somebody to pay the ultimate price, and I'm glad she's paying the ultimate price. And I say that proudly. I stand on that, and I don't have any regrets. Don't come for me.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean,
because I have family members that's been like that, and thankfully they changed their life around. We got them the help they deserve, and they're like 180. They're a completely different person, but they could have killed somebody doing that stuff.
If you fail to learn from your past, you are likely to repeat it.
But Gino, I want to tell a happy story. Gino, you were talking about dating yourself. I'm gonna date myself. You're Hispanic, so you know about the chancleta, right? I'm gonna tell you the worst ass whooping I got. So back in the day, in the 90s, there was a 900 number you can call, and when you call, all it was, this is how stupid I was, is Hulk Hogan talks to you. And all he says is, well, brother, it's Hulk Hogan, and wishes you a good day or something, right? I call, it was like 99 cents per call. I called so much that I ran my mother's phone bill to $440. Look, I remember the exact number.
Oh my God.
$440. She beat the living shit out of me with that sex.
As she should.
And she did something to where she blocked 900 numbers. You can't call it anymore, but that's the reason. So, because I kept calling Hulk Hogan just to hear his voice.
Jesus.
So let me guess, your next question. So let me guess, your next question is, what was the worst ass beating I ever had? I can tell you right now. I was living in Hawaii. I grew up in Hawaii. I was born and raised there, and I love Spam. So what I did is I took up my mom's refrigerator rack, and I put a bunch of rocks in a circle, and I was gonna grill Spam because we didn't have a grill, and I didn't know how to cook. I didn't have anything to start it with, so I grabbed one of my wrestling blankets. Why? I don't know. I grabbed the wrestling blanket, I put it under the grill, I set it on fire, and I burned down the whole damn backyard. I tried to run away.
Wow.
And, that was all my fault, and I got my ass whooped so bad, and my mom took away my wrestlers. I couldn't watch Nitro. I couldn't watch Raw at the time. Wrestling was definitely taken away from me forever, for life.
You guys, any of you remember that number I'm talking about, though?
Yeah.
Would talk to you?
1-900-454-WWF1, baby. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I remember. Yes. I never called it because I didn't want to get my ass whooped. But, no, Gino, that was the go-to for my mom. If my grades slipped up in school, wrestling, dude. I missed the entire Attitude Era because I graduated in 01. And my high school grades were dog shit. So like 97, 01, I just now watch this shit on the network when it debuted 10 years ago. Put it that way.
Wow. In 2001, I was in the 7th grade, and that was probably like one of the last best years of WWE.
No, it was.
To me. So
I
remember the Survivor Series 2001 ECW, WCW, like the Jobber Crew.
Hell yeah, dude.
WWF. And I just remember the greatest pay-per-view song ever. It was Puddle of Mud, Control. I can't control you. You can't control me.
I also got my ass whooped for
so much. and it used to come on MTV on the music video, and I was like, "Hey, that's the Survivor Series song."
Yes.
Like I said, that was like, I am a historian. I love wrestling. I think about this all day. I talk in dates to my kids, and they hate me for it because I go back in 1994, the Undertaker wrestled in Brian. The Undertaker, and it was the greatest thing in it. And my kids they really don't watch anything past 2005, and they're like, John Cena was the greatest, and I was like, who? So
another one. Do you remember when there was no WWF.com and you had to order merchandise off the TV with the 900 number? I ordered the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels heart glasses with my mom. Another ass whooping I got with my mom's credit card.
So what we learned here is Walter apparently was not a very good child.
Man, if you were my son, I would have made your ass sleep outside, man.
Seriously, wake up in the sun with the glass on so your eyes are protected with them heart-shaped sunglasses.
Right.
You know what my mom did to me? My mom handed me the WWF catalog that used to come in the mail in the magazines. She'd say, Mira, circle everything you want, anything you want for Christmas. You get 10 gifts. I'll get you anything you want. Circle them all. I would fucking circle every single thing I could find. The LOD shoulder pads, the Hulk Hogan bandana. You know what I got? I got nothing. None of those for Christmas. My mom went to the 99-cent store and would buy the stupid-ass little offset Lucha Libre figures that didn't even look like. I had like Lance Storm, the generic version. Sandman,
freaking 99-cent generics.
I was like, what the hell is this? She goes, Mira, they were on sale. They were on sale.
Yeah, there it is.
That's how my mom was.
She went with the check.
I lost my shit. My last Christmas, she got me the Ultimate Warrior buddy pillow, the pillow thing that they wear.
There you go, the wrestling buddies. Oh yeah.
One. Yeah, she got me the Warrior one and the Macho Man one. I used to make them wrestle.
Macho King. There you go.
Yeah.
I wish I had those. Man, like, you don't understand. That WWF catalog fucked me up because, like, they had all kinds. I wanted the LOD shoulder pads.
Yes.
You had one job, Mom. One job. I wanted the LOD shoulder pads. And you know what she did? She grabbed me football pads and put a cone on it and said, here you go, Mira. Here you go. You're fine.
Wait, the question is, do you now have those pads somewhere? Do you have the LOD pads somewhere in your house?
Say it again.
Did you ever buy the LOD pads now as a wrestler? You made it just
no, I can't
for
find
nostalgia?
them. I can't find a good price for them because everybody that wants them on eBay wants like $1,000, and I'm like,
right.
My name is not Scott. I don't live in a mansion and I don't drive a Mercedes. Okay, I don't have that type of money. I'm an independent pro wrestler. I make Kid Bandit money right now. I don't have that type of money. Okay.
That's Kid Bandit, member of my ATW family. I hope that they're doing well. So you're talking about there you go. I mean, again, a puddle of mud, lit biscuit. You know what? When music had attitude, when music reflected on what you were watching or the person coming out, where nowadays I don't even know what the hell a WWE theme is anymore. It's like
let me tell you what the themes are now. It's I'm gonna be the best, gonna be the show, gonna be the best, and you're my big bro. Gonna be the best, and everybody's cool. Gonna be the best, and I came from a school. That's the pro wrestling like songs nowadays. There's no freaking, you don't get the Diesel shit anymore. You don't get the you don't get the I'm an ass man. You don't get that.
You're correct.
You don't get the worst Xbox song ever. What is it with Uncle Cracker? You don't get those good shit anymore. You get these random freaking.
Well, thank God we don't get the Xbox song
5,000 songs in his catalog. Pick the worst one, and that's the one we're going with. You know
what my guilty pleasure song? My guilty pleasure song is the "You Look So Good to Me." I like that damn song. Everybody hated on it from Billy and Chuck.
All right, so we're gonna have to have Walter sing that for wrestling karaoke in March.
My guilty pleasure song is "I'll Be Your Hero."
Yes.
I'll be your hero.
The freaking Bret Hart here, yes. God, right on, dude. No, I remember. What was that? Oh, it was Lex. You're right. It was Lex. What was the one for? What was the one for Shawn? Was it "Tell Me a Lie" when he got hurt? Right.
Yes,
when he
yes.
lost his
Tell
smile.
me a lie. Yes.
Yes. No, it wasn't the smile. That was the one where he got attacked in '95.
Oh.
Oh.
Yes.
Tell me a lie and
yes.
say you won't.
And you know what?
God. Oh my God.
Another
That was my jam. Oh.
Another
Anyway.
guilty pleasure song that I like is I did like Kai and Tai. The
Yes. Kai and Tai. I remember that.
Like
I remember that.
The Insane Clown Posse, the Oddities. I did like that
Yeah.
song.
Oh my God.
Come see something, the greatest show. Like, dude, they don't make songs like that anymore because they don't want to pay people the rights. They don't want to pay Metallica $1,000 and get robbed like Napster. Like these guys are just like, hey, these three Joe Schmoes made a rap song and it just says, I'm the greatest and I'm the best. And I worked so hard to get here. And that's your song.
Which is weird. They had Jericho in the company for so long, and he has his own band. Why didn't you use any of the Fozzy music?
Hey, they use Enemy for a pay-per-view.
For a pay
Yeah, one.
You mean it's you're gonna tell me you're gonna pay for Cody Rhodes' music, but you won't pay for my music? I gotta come out to Chinese drums and leprechaun shoes.
Right?
God.
So it just
so
breaks
what I'm
my heart
hearing,
that the theme music isn't as inspirational. Like sometimes I'll come out and I'm like, who the hell is this? You know what I mean? I'm looking at the Titantron because I gotta read. Oh, that's Rachel. What do you call it? Gonzalez or
Raquel Rodriguez. Yeah, it's like yeah.
Raquel. Yeah, I'm like, oh shit, that's her. And then they gave Carlito some whack ass music, and I'm like,
don't get me started on that. They effed that up.
Carlito's is the shit, drizzling shit.
Why did they even?
So
Why change it?
Cool. Yeah, I'm like,
well,
don't do that to me. Like, Disco Inferno had one of the greatest songs ever, and I do not want to hear Disco come out to anything else but Disco Fever.
That's
Every day
right.
After school at 5 o'clock on Monday Nitro, I would come home and Disco and Alex Wright were dancing in the ring. Okay.
Well, WCW just did main music and just kind of tweaked it a little bit, but they were copying Pearl Jam and everybody.
Nah, but you know what though? I will say though, having Disco's theme overdubbed with the Wolfpack House was kind of odd. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Look, man. I love the Filthy Animals theme song, and I love the Raven song, and I did like Dean Malenko's song. You know what I mean? I was a big Dean Malenko fan. I used to come out and play with my wrist when I would go to class, and I'd be like dun da 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 dun 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 dun. I thought I was Dean Malenko at one time until I actually met him, and he was my agent on 205 Live, and now I can't stand him. So
that's awesome.
Oh.
Yeah,
so
I love
hearing,
Eddie Guerrero's WCW theme.
Whose?
Eddie Guerrero's the doom doom.
Yeah, I did love it.
Oh, the LWO theme. Yeah.
He had that disgusted look on his face where he was just upset to see the fans. And I really did like his stuff. But I did actually like Juventud Guerrero's theme song. It was like ding 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 ding.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
And you know what? I did actually like Eugene Nagata or Ultimo Dragon theme song.
In WCW.
It was badass. I was like,
not that WWE bullshit they passed on to Ricky Steamboat. Yeah, no.
That was terrible.
Talk about that.
Awful.
You know what?
What's up, JJ?
You know what? I actually hate the Hardys theme song.
Really?
I do, because I used to see it on TNN or TNN, and they would use it as like an infomercial song. And
TBS, TBS, yeah. I remember that.
And I just never liked it, and they did a lot of generic stuff. Like Teddy Long's theme is terrible. I think they used it for Rodney Mack at one time.
Yep.
So, man, like I said, I love wrestling. I eat, breathe, sleep shit wrestling. And I could go on forever with you guys. I've spent 3 hours with you guys. My throat is getting raspy. I think this is where we tell each other how much we support each other, we adore each other, and that we gotta set another date to do this wrestling fandom again.
Somebody's behind the camera doing this.
Well, no. JJ had his hand up for a hot minute, so make sure you get his question in before we part ways.
Well, knowing that we're going to wrap this up, I'll just go to my final question. What advice do you have for anybody that's trying to get into the business? And what is the best piece of advice that you ever received from somebody?
Okay, so the second question you have, I've answered a ton of times, and I tell my students this, and they're in the car with me. Actually, they hate me right now because they probably want to listen to their Morgan Wallen songs and shit like that. But you know, last night we let the liquor talk. Yeah, that's what they listen to right now. But here's the best advice I can tell. Here's the best advice I say to my kids. The day that you quit will be the day that somebody somewhere sometime was looking for you. And you go, well, what does that mean? So I literally wanted to quit this business every single year that I've been in it. I love wrestling, but my body, I've been like, man, you know, this isn't it. I can't do this. Or I've gone through some really dark times because of Brian Kendrick, and we've recently patched that up. But there's been times that I wanted to quit the business, and every year I say I'm going to retire in January, and I carry on for another year. And I always think to myself, the day that I quit will be some day that someone, meaning JR, Nick Khan, Triple H, Ryan Katz, you know, whoever, Cutie Marshall, Sean Dean, whoever, the day that I quit will be the day that somebody of importance was looking for me for a spot that they had open that will be given to somebody else if I am not here anymore. So please stick with it. I don't care how long it takes to get you to the WWE, to get you to Impact, to get you to AAA. Stick with it. You never know when somebody's gonna call your number or pick you against that wall as a jobber to sell for a guy like, you know, I don't know, the Great Khali or the Big Show or whoever it is. And you might do a really good job, and you might get an invite to try out and become a pro wrestler in the WWE. You never know. It could be you. But if you quit this business, which I've trained over 60 people, and I can say that I have maybe 10 to 20 students that are like in good condition. And I wonder what could have been to the students that quit. What if they stayed? They could have been the next Rock, the next Ricky Starks, the next Edge, the next AJ Styles, and they quit. They gave up on their dream because they didn't have patience. So please have patience. Keep going. The day that you quit will be the day that somebody somewhere sometime was looking for you. The advice that I can give somebody coming into the wrestling industry is this isn't for everybody. And you need to understand that wrestling is all heart and all mental and about 10% physical. You're gonna run into roadblocks that tear down your mental. People, fans, promoters, politics that tell you that this isn't for you. You need to just keep going and stick with it. And it's going to get hard. Wrestling is not easy. Just stick with it and keep going. Try this. Some of my best moments in life have been because of wrestling. And I've literally gone to places that I couldn't afford and I'd never see because somebody somewhere took a chance on me. And I think that newcomers that are coming in with a happy heart and a hopeful smile and a dream, to never let that dream die. Santino Bro said it best, keep the dream alive, and that's what I'm doing. And I'm going to keep that dream alive as long as I can for my students and myself.
Amen. More power to you.
Well, Gino, thank you so much.
The Oscar performance.
Thank you so much for giving us almost 3 hours of your time, brother. It has been so
Holy
awesome.
Shit. Send the check to Seville Alvarez, Albuquerque, New Mexico. 3 hours. Holy crap! I charge guys $100 for 10 minutes on my DM. Holy crap!
Yeah, and send JJ
checks in the
bill.
mail.
He sent JJ the bill.
Nah, but for real,
Subscribe to my
bro, we
OnlyFans,
appreciate
coming
you.
soon. Gino Only Toes.
GinoToldyouSo.com.
I'm just kidding. I hope my pastor's not watching.
For real though, bro, we appreciate you being so gracious and giving of your time. Next time you come out to SoCal, I'm gonna do everything I can to come down and see you. My car's been acting up, but you know, if I can find a way to do your next show out here, I'm come say what's up again, bro.
Don't worry, man. I'll send 2 midgets in a limo to your house, and we'll come scoop you up. And I'll be there in February for a week, so I hope I get booked by my home promotion. I mean, I hope they're watching and they hear this. I hope Billy Bonds books me again. You know, so we'll see about that. But I'll definitely be in California, guys. I'll take you guys out to LNL, and hopefully you guys will pay that tab, and it'll be great, man.
February sounds good. February seems the least busy so far next year for us.
Don't jinx it.
I know, right?
All right, man. We're going to let you go so you can get back to your driving and let your students listen to
Morgan Wall
again, bro.
That guy,
you definitely have new fans out of me and Noah.
Hell yeah, dude.
All right, guys. You guys have a wonderful night, and thank you guys for your time. Hope to hear from you guys.
Thank you, Gino. Thank you for yours.
Be safe,
Thank
bro.
you, Gino. Take care, good friend.
Was that Bigfoot? Pull over.
I mean, he's in New Mexico, so probably.
That wouldn't surprise me. He might go by Area 51 if he's not careful.
JJ, before you go to commercial or anything, just thank you for allowing me to be part of this, man. The opportunity you guys give me, man. I really love you guys, JJ, Jeff. Well, all of you, but you guys to make me part of this family, man. It really is good, especially with the personal shit I'm going through. So thank you guys.
Nah, man,
yeah, not a problem, dude.
I was telling him off air, the holidays tend to get a little sideways for a lot of people, and it's nights like this that make you look forward to getting through the week. Mm-hmm. So I'm here for it, man. I'm going to the hot game tomorrow. I got an invite to go on the review tomorrow. You know what? I'm gonna go to the game with my pop tomorrow. Mm-hmm. And just go to do the family thing tomorrow.
And a boy on the Whamageddon.
Dude, I am having earplugs in during every TV and play break. I am not fucking around with that damn song. I am not going to do it. Yes,
hey, Jeff. Last Christmas.
Okay. Again. Hang on. Okay. Again. It has to be the original song with the original music and the original. Now, the idea is to survive, not a battle royale. And don't be that guy. Be that guy. He's already told me it's on the wheel. I said, just have nobody play the music in the background, because I know somebody does that when he's trying to sing a song in the background. So you keep your damn stereo down, muckerfather. Yeah, you.
Oh, wait, me or him? What we
you.
He's talking about you and how you like to play the music in the background when you do the singing.
I just want to lose me over this stupid nonsense that this freaking multiverse puts me through because I got nothing better to do with the freaking money while I'm just trying to come professional wrestling for a fun freaking gimmick, and you guys take advantage of that with your own monetary gain because of their freaking nonsense.
Okay, he stopped. Right. Okay, I was gonna make you think, but he stopped, so it's okay.
No. So again, we thank everybody that has been here. We thank Gino and his students for his time.
Absolutely.
If I'm reading his message right, the last message he sent me before he popped in and said, "Can I give you like 15 minutes? I'm driving. I might lose y'all, but I'm game and I'm ready." And he was on with us for almost 3 hours.
God bless him, man.
So just want to throw that out there.
I love that, man.
Thank you again to our buddy Gino.
Yeah,
the fact that he loves Taker as much as me.
All the best. Drive safe.
It's so funny. I got up and was gonna I threw the picture into the stream here of me and my dad Undertaker with the urn. I was gonna show. It's like this is how dorky fans we still are now. I'm fucking 40.
Mm-hmm.
Like I bought this urn for that purpose, and like mom's like, "We can return it." Oh yeah, mom, we'll return it, no problem. Undertaker touched it. Dad goes, "We are not fucking selling that urn."
Yeah. All right. So, considering we've gone almost 3 hours without a break, I'm going to run James's trailer real quick, which is about 3 minutes. Gives everyone a chance to go to the bathroom, grab themselves a drink. We'll come back. We'll finish our conversation about the Tammy topic. Yes. And then we'll go into the shills and everything, and we'll just call it an evening.
Sounds delightful.
So we will be right back after this trailer made by James for his uncle, Gary Hebert.
Gary Hebert, the man, the myth, the legend. I was amazed, and I was looking to become a better skater myself, and I wanted to be like Gary.
When you look at a guy like this, he's one of the most talented people in his profession. He's been given gifts by God.
It can get frustrating at times when you're trying things that, that maybe don't come as quickly to you as other things. And, you never really felt that sense of frustration with Gary. It was always about improvement and positive reinforcement.
Was it really the end? Was that head injury really the end? God has called Gary to continue to be a blessing to others and to be a passionate example.
My name is Gary Hebert, and this is the World Academy of Hockey, otherwise known as the Inside Edge.
I would recommend anybody that have a chance to come to his hockey school. I think it'd be well worth it. It'd be rewarding to all the kids and anyone he coaches, from whether it's an adult, a professional player, to a little kid like a Mike or a Squirt.
Gary, from day one, has been instrumental to my hockey career. I started out as a potential Division III player, and Gary brought me single-handedly through high school and into a top Division I prospect. I owe it all to Gary, the biggest legend on and off ice there's ever been.
Listen, watch, learn, be confident, and have faith. Those are the answers I was brought to. Yet, I only now am really learning how truly important those 5 things are.
Through preparation, through appropriate thoughtfulness and thinking, we can learn to untie the typical knots between our ears that drive us into underachievement and underperformance. And lo and behold, we can learn, I think, to fulfill our God-given potential.
Gary has the innate ability to make people not only better players, but better people. The life lessons they learn from Gary are incredible.
I can always remember leaving that rink knowing as a player I got better, or I had something to improve on to get better. And I think that's what you excelled on as a coach, is giving us the knowledge to know what we needed to do to get better.
There's coaches who know the game, but can you communicate and create passion in your kids and in your players? And Gary's able to do that.
Gary's got great knowledge and the great hands, but more importantly, his ability to connect with people and care for them. His communication skills, to me, really stand out, separate him, and that's why he's one of the best, in the world.
Gary's a legend. He's a special, special man.
And we're back.
Again, I just love seeing that because there's so many people in there that I'm 40. I grew up hockey person, and it's just so cool. I've heard the name Gary Hebert so many times over the years, just kind of took it in passing. Didn't even really clue in. And it's like, hey, wait a minute. So very cool that he's getting his, we use the term getting flowers all the time. It's very cool to see that happening.
Yes.
What a night, gentlemen.
Right? Like I said, JJ had that idea to bring him in to have you guys interview him. I think he earned himself a spot on the rotation going forward when he's available.
Right?
Jesus Christ.
Man, I needed this night too.
Well,
Man,
he's still
really
a fan, which is so refreshing to see. He's not this jaded indie guy that's just like, fuck it. He's great.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that I wish was around more in pro sports, is the guy that does it for the love of the business.
Yes.
Not because he's trying to get rich, not because he's trying to make a lifelong career of it, but because he just is that passionate about it. And yeah,
right.
He's made a lifetime career out of it. He's amassed a little bit of wealth in the real estate he's been able to buy and own. And, I've shown you guys that story.
Yeah.
But he still is a fan. He's down to earth.
Yep.
And that's what I wanted to get on. I wanted to have him be here and, conversate and get his story out there, and everything went according to plan. And no, Emmanuel, your dumb question is not RIP, because it still starred. We will still get to it, brother. You super chatted. We will get to it.
Yes.
But going back to the Tammy situation, what are everybody else's thoughts on the panel? Because you guys know how hard it is for me.
Yeah.
You know, on the one hand, I feel like she got what she deserved.
Yeah.
And hopefully the time in the system can help her get the help that she needs when she comes back out to be a member of society. On the other side of the coin, I fear for her in prison.
Oh, yeah.
I fear that she very easily could die in prison.
Yeah.
And you don't want that for somebody, even if they did do something as heinous as Tammy did.
Yeah.
You know, you never want to wish death on anybody.
Yep.
So, for the people that are out there saying that she deserves worse, it's like, I feel like you're being a little bit hard on the situation. But that's just me.
Well, no, it's DUI is one of those hot button topics. Everybody I know, everybody that I know that knows has had somebody affected by that in one way or another. You know, and you know, you and I, you more so by a lot. You know, had that connection with Tammy. You know, God, apparently she still does with you. If you go back and watch that video, that memory of that day in San Francisco has stuck with her for 16, almost 17 years. It's crazy to think that in that moment where she knows, and I said this to you directly, so I'm not going to wear the moment where she knows her life is for 15 years, because she's had some time stuff, she's going to get a little bit, whatever. She still had the wherewithal to somewhere back there's still the good person that I was.
Yeah.
And can still be again.
Yeah. And for those of you that don't know what he's talking about, but were here earlier and heard what I was saying about my seizure and everything, here's the clip from the sentencing.
Yes.
My career path took a different course than medical, but my morals, values, and ethics have always remained the same. And I've had time to consider things like some of the good that came from my career. Through my time in the industry, I was able to help people from one end of the spectrum to the other. I entertained and brought happiness to some people's lives. Once I was able to help a stranger who was having a seizure at one of my appearances at a convention. And I've made terminally ill children's wishes come through the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
And again, Jay, we talked about it. Yeah, it could have been more than once that happened. But it's highly unlikely, as Aaron would say.
Yeah. What are the odds that more than one person would have a seizure in her line?
Right.
It's like lightning striking someone.
Yeah.
The odds of it happening alone are outstanding. But to get struck by lightning twice?
Right. Yeah.
So the odds of it happening once and happening in the line of somebody who has dealt with this, because Chris Candido famously had seizures, and because she was med, she knew what to do and how to handle the situation.
Yep.
But for that to happen more than once?
Yeah, that's
lottery type odds.
Right. Real. Exactly. But there's that moment. There's, like I said, the moment I was talking about before Gino popped in about just cutting up in the locker room in between trying not to dry heap over a death match, because that was still one of the grossest fucking things I've ever seen in my life. Love Supreme. May he rest in peace, and Ian Rotten's crazy mucker father too. But just a big cornball. And we've all done and said off-color stupid shit. Some of it on the air, some of it on this show. We're being real. But there comes a point in people's lives where they either hit that moment where they recognize that they have a problem, or they don't get that point in time.
Mm-hmm.
It does look like, and again, this is just me observing, having watched the whole video, not just that clip, although that clip is near and dear to us here, of course. It seems like Tammy's hit that point. It's unfortunate it took what it took, but like you, I hope the next 15 years, God willing, and the 8, where she has to conduct herself in a probation status, will allow her to recover what she can of her life. Is she ever going to be Sunny again? No. Does she have, in my opinion, the intelligence to possibly go into some sort of field that she started out on? Is she ever going to become like a full-time doctor, pre-med, whatever? Probably not. I think she turned 51 this year, if I remember the birth date correctly. Figure 15 years, she's going to be senior citizen status by the time she leaves prison. So, but by the same token, my dad got his degree in he finished his school in his degree in that advanced age. Like, he's 65 is not old, Dad, if you're listening. Just pass that now. There is a chance for Tammy to regain Tammy again and not have to worry about being Sunny. And I'm hopeful for that for her. There are some people that are going to, feel the way they feel. And I don't begrudge them that because, as I said, people have had DUIs affect their lives. So have I. But I tend to believe that, if there is good in somebody, then they can endure. And I think that Tammy will have the opportunity to find that if she can endure these 15 years. I'm gonna stop talking.
What are your thoughts, Noah?
I don't think it's ever too late for a person to find forgiveness in themselves or for change based on their actions of the past, especially if they have remorse and had a time to reflect. Why she might be forced now to have quite a lot of time to reflect. She also is now hopefully given enough time to really become better from this and not reach an abrupt end due to unforeseen circumstances. Again, I always go back to what I say previously. The thing about the past, if you don't learn from it, you're doomed to repeat it. I like to think now what she said, she no longer wants to repeat it. She's learned from it. But now she's going to be forced to learn within an enclosed environment that you would have hoped that she never would have gotten to this point in her life, to realize when she really needed to take a look at herself and realize what I've done truly is wrong. I need to change for the better of not just myself, but for others, because my actions affects others more than they affect me. I truly hope that she finds peace and forgiveness within herself and finds a brighter continuation rather than a new beginning, as long as it's not an end where she's at. I really hope that she finds that self-reflect and peace. And I have no negative things to say about her. At the end of the day, don't go on life at any time, no matter where you are, what you've done, with any regrets.
That's fair, Walter.
Well, part of me is echoes what Gino said, and it's like, you play with fire, you get burnt, and there's for every action, there's a reaction or a consequence. So you have to live at your consequences. But at the same time, I've dealt with this personal with people in my family, and I've seen what the opposite or the other end of the spectrum is when people get help, and I've seen the turnaround, and I couldn't be more proud of how people can turn their life around. So, it's a start. As long as she turns her life around, I'm all for a good story. And you may have to go through that dark cloud and go through the dark things that you go through, but at the end of every storm, there's always a rainbow. So hopefully she finds her rainbow, and we can get the good stories and whatever destiny has for her from here on out. I hope it can all turn into a positive, and she could be a light and a lesson for other people to don't do what I did, and she can go around teaching those lessons, and people can learn from her. Sometimes you got to be that teacher, whether you do it, whether intentionally or not. People can look at you and say, I know what not to do because of you and the story you told. Much like other controversial figures like Mike Tyson and stuff. You see how he acts now, but he had to go through the hell he went through to say, don't do what I've done. And you hear these stories, or those scare straight kids that you see with jails and things. You got to learn from somebody. I mean, it sucks that she's got to go through this, and I hope all the best for her, and hopefully she can turn it around. But a part of me does be like I said, you play with fire, you get burnt. But I don't want this to be negative, because we had so much fun with Gino and things. So hopefully she can get it together. And every other news we see in the future for her is a positive thing.
Agreed. Especially about the negative, since we had Gino on the show. You know, I was, like I said, I was unaware when he was going to be able to join. So the fact that he came in like pretty early on just meant that we had to continue this conversation afterwards, unfortunately. I was hoping we could get it in before he joined us, but it kind of is what it is. Emmanuel did send a $5 super chat a while back. Said, since Jeff wanted dumb questions, what makes HBK, in your opinion, a sexy boy? His looks, his hair, his body, or femboy looks? Because a lot of girls cosplay it.
The shitty thing would say, let's ask Tammy. But that's fucked up. So
look at Rhea. She stole from his closet on Survivor Series. I don't care what anyone says.
Look at Noah. Noah, you made Noah turn his chair, Jeff.
Stop me when I'm telling lies, Mr. Foster. Just throwing it out there. I love Tammy and I love Sean, but come on now. Anyway, the era he came in, man, that the freaking long blonde mullet, as Triple H would say, without any hesitation, the assless chaps. It's just the wardrobe. He is a product of the late 80s and the 90s, brother. That is the Heartbreak Kid character. He's very much a cowboy trying to be a Las Vegas cowboy. That's just who Shawn Michaels' character is.
And the music plays into it. The music even just plays into it.
It does. And the fact that originally it was Sherry that named her named him her boy toy, and sang the song for him. Oh God, I love Sherry Martel. Got to meet her, but yeah, no more singing, and the whole Sexy Kurt thing was what it was.
Sexy Kurt was awesome.
Sexy Kurt was fucking hysterical. That should be like part of every WWE highlight reel every year ever again. We should put it on highlights because it exists. Like, seriously, if we wouldn't get like copyright paying for it, we should do it. I think honestly, what appeals Sean to not just the screaming girl audiences, but to everybody, is that he's got everything you look for in a television personality. He's got the looks. I mean, okay. He had the looks, the freaking googly eye is just a gift from God at this point. But back then, he had the looks. He was athletic as hell. He could do things in a WWF ring that nobody had done before him. And he knew how to take that audience and do a Hogan and put them right here every single time he went out there. He cut that promo at the press conference when he was going against Kevin. I will go out there and give you a show like you've never seen before. Why? Because I can. And he can. And he did for, other than that 4-year break, he did for whatever it was, 88 till 2010. Nobody did it like Shawn Michaels.
Nope. And from a guy perspective, it's also obtainable. If you hit the gym, he's not 6'7" and 300 pounds. You know what I mean? He's like 6'1", 6 feet. Yeah, like it's actually attainable if we just hit the gym that look like him. So that's what made it sexy in the male perspective.
The man was a cruiserweight and a heavyweight championship belt. but he could do it. And, if we hit the gym every day for the next 40 years, we're right there, brother.
I haven't been to a gym since high school, and I don't have any reason or any motivation to visit one.
Well, why not, dude? He's just a sexy Foster. Sexy Noah. He'll call a matchup. Come on now.
Nah. I would stick to math and science. I hate gym.
Smart man.
Yeah, hit the gym, Noah, so you could be narcissistic Noah.
No one find a way to hit the gym so we can figure out how the rope works to hanging around the gym teachers next week. Stop making him climb the motherfucker. No.
2010, thank Christ, never will happen again.
Yeah. I'm glad I came up in an era where the climbing the rope thing was already phased out of gym.
Same.
Oh, awful.
Same.
Plus, I played football, so I had to worry about that bullshit. I just had to worry about weight training and not eating every damn thing inside being a lineman. Anyway. Great question for a dumb one. Funnier than shit.
We do have one more question that I starred. Wasn't a super chat, but I thought it was good.
Okay.
From Matthew. What are your thoughts on the whole Ring of Honor situation? The pay-per-view has no build and it's 2 weeks away. The world title is being merged into the Triple Crown, and Joe vacated the TV title. Is Ring of Honor dead?
No.
I
This
mean,
doesn't surprise me. Go ahead, JJ.
I would say on the surface, it sure looks like it. I'm almost starting to wonder if Tony had buyer's remorse. Maybe he bought it just so he could have the video library so WWE wouldn't have access to it. Thought he could make a go of running the promotion. Harder than it seemed for him. More work on his plate. You figure he's already trying to book Dynamite. He books Rampage, books Collision, books the pay-per-views, which are expanding. There's way too much crossover talent between the main AEW roster and the Ring of Honor roster.
Yep.
You go to the Ring of Honor website, there's only 20 people on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's 160 on the AEW roster.
My God.
And I'd say about 10 of the people on the Ring of Honor roster are on the AEW one as far as what's on the website goes.
Right now, I got you.
Obviously, there's different, you figure Wheeler Yuta is a champion. You figure Eddie Kingston is a champion.
World champion.
You figure MJF and Adam Cole are tag champions.
Yep.
Yeah.
All those are main roster AEW talent.
Yep.
Athena is really the only one that you could say is Ring of Honor exclusive. And she wasn't because she debuted as an AEW talent.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Tried challenging Jade multiple times and lost. So she went to Ring of Honor and got the consolation prize.
Yeah. Yeah.
Been champion for a year. Now it looks like her minion's probably going to dethrone her at Final Battle. Otherwise, the story makes no sense. If Billy Starks doesn't win, then the storytelling makes zero sense whatsoever.
Agreed.
So I can see why on the surface it would look like it, because if your world title is going to be absorbed into this Triple Crown and Joe's laying down the TV title, making it useless, your Ring of Honor tag champions are barely defending the titles.
Yeah.
Because Cole is out on injury if he's not the devil.
Yeah.
And MJF is now injured.
Mm-hmm.
Legitimately, and gave a yeah.
It's like I say just unify the belts in with the AEW titles, because we all say there's too many titles on AEW TV anyways.
Sure.
And either absorb the Ring of Honor talent or let some of them go. I'm not trying to be mean here, but what value do Dalton Castle and the boys really add to the AEW shows?
AEW shows, exactly. Yeah.
Nothing. I don't get it. I'm not impressed.
Don't get it either, JJ.
Okay,
Yeah.
at least it's not just me.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I was going to throw it to Noah since I made that speech, since he's the primary Ring of Honor viewer. Kind of counterpoint or debate me like James did last night, which we'll get to in the shows. If y'all didn't see the CM Punk debate, go back and watch that. But after hearing my argument on that, Noah, does that change the way you might have initially felt about it, or do you still stand steadfast in the fact that Ring of Honor isn't dead? Like, what are you thinking, bro?
I think it really comes down to the definition of dead. And when you look at the product versus the business, or you kind of look at the two the same way, there is definitely some truth to what you're saying. But there's also a reason why it still exists as content, as its own thing, and why the town, even if it's 20 names, you figure out with the others that have used Ring of Honor as an opportunity. I still think Maria Kanell has been an impromptu general manager for the women's division, which is why the women's division has gotten more there when it comes to showcasing than the entire women's division combined. As far as I'm concerned, I think it comes down to one thing. You see what's going on with the Ring of Honor Tag Team Championships. You see what's going on with the Ring of Honor World Championship. This pay-per-view's got to be headlined, in my opinion, by the Ring of Honor Women's Championship. Not only has it been the most consistent title this year, and it's been the longest running storyline for Ring of Honor, if Billy Starks wins that title, maybe it's a reset for Ring of Honor. In my opinion, it almost sounds like Ring of Honor is going through one of those transitional periods of change. And whether or not it gets absorbed into AEW, finally, like people originally thought, or they try and finally build it out into something in itself and try and make everything now Honor Club. The fact that this pay-per-view is on Honor Club has to speak something for what they're trying to do with the Ring of Honor ecosystem. Considering now you don't got to spend $60 or $50 from it. You just got to subscribe for $10 a month and boom, you got the pay-per-view. Honor Club. Boom, already done. I think they're just changing business strategies. And again, the Triple Crown, it will be involved in AEW, NJPW, and Ring of Honor. And NJPW and Ring of Honor have been working with each other for years. As long as that ecosystem somehow still exists and it's giving opportunity, not just to people you think should only be on AEW, but other people you think maybe should be on AEW, looking at more of the women, legit Lana Hirsch, just naming one, I think there is still some merit. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're on life support, you still got more life than being dead. So in context, it might be dead, but it still exists for a reason. So let's see what Final Battle brings. It just had another match that's been long overdue and has been a brewing Ring of Honor rivalry going back to when they were Pretty Boy Kill Us. Not even in Ring of Honor. They finally booked Keith Lee versus Shane Taylor for the Ring of Honor Final Battle pay-per-view. So now
Jesus Christ, took him long enough. Holy crap.
Right, you're telling me.
That should have been the TV title. It should have been freaking Keith and Shane for the TV title. Oh, anyway, I'm not going to go on it. Right.
No, you're fine. It's a sub-tangent. And of course, Survivor the Fittest is supposed to crown the Ring of Honor Television Champion. I imagine they're going to culminate that at Final Battle. So
yes.
What they're doing with the world, what they're doing with the tag is completely up in the air. But as long as that product still exists, either in the internet verse, on Internet Archive, or you can go to watch Ring of Honor, I would say it's not dead, but it definitely needs new life breathed into it, or it needs to be reincarnated. And maybe Billy Starks as Ring of Honor Women's World Champion is a start.
There you go. Well, better late than never, joining us by teleporting into the command center via the Morphin Grid. Datilla is here.
I love how you introduced me, JJ. Absolutely.
I love it.
Yeah, again, the Power Rangers.
She was in the comments.
Yeah, I was listening.
We appreciate you.
Gino seems pretty cool, and he's very insightful.
I love Gino. Love that man.
Very, very good fellow. Very smart fellow. Even though I still think everything needs to have an end, and I think the Undershirt Street should end at 25. But the different conversation for a different day.
Yeah, WrestleMania season will be a time for that conversation because I will argue you to the fucking death on that.
He's one of the guys that I legitimately miss seeing on a monthly basis from the scene when we would go to the shows, but that's not what we're talking about right now. But we are glad that you joined us this evening.
We are. Always.
Always good to hear your voice on screen or off still. Very cool to have you on for the live.
I'm happy that you guys always send me the link.
Absolutely.
To join you guys. So
you're part of the family now, girl.
You're
stuck with us.
You're part of the family. You're the part of the family forever. So there you go.
Okay, I caught this on pink.
Oh, right, the whole Power Ranger color thing. Here we go again with the labeling of the colors. I got it. Anyway. Well, that conversation for a different day, I'm sure.
Well, as far as go ahead, Jade. I'm sorry.
I was going to say who would like to go next on the topic. So go ahead, Jeff.
What's the topic?
Is Ring of Honor dead? You know, with the pay-per-view having no build and being 2 weeks away, the world title going to be merged into the Triple Crown. Joe vacated the TV title. Is Ring of Honor dead? Go ahead, Jeff.
So, first of all, this is how much an influence you've been on me, JJ. When Noah said, depends on the definition of dead, I thought of Billy Crystal and Princess Bride. No, he's not dead. He's only mostly dead. Anyway, God damn it. Too many movies.
I don't watch movies.
I know, but the fact that you said that, it made me think it made that line from Billy Crystal. He's not totally dead. He's only okay. So you see in Princess Bride, you're back on track. I appreciate that. Did you watch Back to the Future yet?
I haven't watched Back to the Future yet, and I have never watched The Princess Bride.
But you knew what I was talking about. You said
no.
Oh, okay. Okay, I heard wrong. Well, then I'm going to keep going my point. I heard my NWO head on, so I have to pout this week.
Anyway,
it really did. I don't know if did they say flat out they're going to merge the title, or is it just one of the titles on the line that's going to form the Triple Crown? And I say that because they can still defend it separately later.
Like you look at All Japan Pro Wrestling, Jeff, when they merge the UPF and the NWA, someone got out with the actual names. Of course,
right.
Styles and all professional wrestling held by the likes of Blue Jets Yujigata, now held by Kazuhiko Nakajima, who left Pro Wrestling Noah. The thing is, I look at the stand. I don't see one title. I see the NW Strong Openweight Championship. I see the Ring of Honor World Championship.
Yes.
And then I see a third championship. Yeah. I would say that they're going to have all three, at least initially. I can see the third thing later. I would say they're going to have all three initially. And again, this is a title you are holding represented by 3 physical belts across 3 promotions. So I would say, not merged into, but part of it.
So here's my thought process, because you went the exact way I thought you were going to go. So thank you for that. I think this is not the death of Ring of Honor. This is the opportunity to reestablish it as a power, because you're going to have this continental champion, because they can't just call it, because they have international and they have continental, so they don't actually say the word intercontinental, because God forbid, right? That's the way we avoid things, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I think it's a chance for Ring of Honor and the World Championship to be reestablished as a power title. You figure it's going to be defended in Ring of Honor. It'll be defended in New Japan. It'll be defended on AEW television. Now, yes, there's too many damn titles. Don't disagree with that. Yeah. Here's what you do. The Ring of Honor World title with part of the Triple Crown, that moves around. The Ring of Honor TV title becomes what it should be, the showcase of the hour television show on Honor Club every single week. It should be like a WCW TV title every single damn week, or a program revolving around it every single damn week, building to a pay-per-view, building to a super show, supercard, whatever you want to call it. The tag titles, I got nothing. Not a damn explanation in hell, because you've got one guy who's, either kayfabe or really injured, depending on if he's the devil, and the other guy who went in with a kayfabe injury and now his hips aren't lying. They're messed up.
Good luck to MJF and Adam.
Yeah, no kidding.
Adam.
So there's that. Is the Mogul Embassy still the 6-man tag champions?
Yes.
Okay, so I actually got that right. I'm so proud of my damn self.
Good job.
But again, too many titles. I do agree with kind of like a merger, like, have the AEW trios and the Ring of Honor 6-man, and okay, just across both brands, whatever. If there's 20 people on the Ring of Honor website roster and 160 on the AEW roster, do we see 160 people across the 3 AEW shows every week?
No,
I don't know.
No.
I know we don't.
I could probably count, if I'm lucky, and I'm just talking about individuals, whether or not they're in rings, it's a whole different conversation. Booking. Get your women's division booked better, damn it. Probably with the fact that he had like tag and trios and 8-man matches and Rampage. Then you look at Dynamite, the Continental Classic, the 6-man involved there. You probably got and a Collision, 30 to 40.
Let's say you figure 40 tops are being used every single week on one of the 3 shows.
Yeah, I was going to say you would be lucky if you were getting 60 of that 160, and I know you're not getting 60.
Nah, I can guarantee you that.
But even if we go high mark and say 60, that's 100 people. They can just go, okay, some of you go to Ring of Honor, some of you go over here, some of you will go back down and get better training because you suck. You know, just there's a way to divide the talent properly. Now, the other thing, I saw it in the chat room. The second go around will never be the same as the first.
No.
If you believe in biblical terms, even Jesus' second coming wasn't as good as his first go around. Okay? WCW's in WWE was what it was for that 8 months. WWCW. Anyway,
yeah, we don't talk about that.
We talk about Durag McMahon more than we talk about WWE CW on a whole.
WWE, yeah, okay. Well, you know, yeah. Anyway, WWCW was good for about 3 weeks until Robin Sabu got pulled over. That's the end of that sentence right there.
Okay.
And that's the fucking truth. I don't give a shit what anybody else says. I don't. Ring of Honor has to have a strong showing at Final Battle. With the 2-week build, it's going to be a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
And they have to make this Continental Championship, this Triple Crown, really mean something. If the Ring of Honor title is part of it, it has to mean something. I'm telling you right now, the Continental Champion's going to be crowned on December 30th. That motherfucker better be in the Tokyo Dome on January 4th. Defending that championship, defending that Triple Crown, because it's got a New Japan title in it.
It's a bold take. It's almost like, you know, call him out. I challenge you for Tokyo Dome. I mean, and again, that really comes down to, at least there's one thing I can say about right now what's going on with December at AEW. This tournament's finalist is absolutely unpredictable for me across the board. So I'll give the booking for this that much credit. But
no, you're right.
At the end of the day, it's like I say about WWE when it comes to championships. I need more than a moment. I need momentum. I need prestige. I need importance. What fucking championships right now, professional wrestling, sports entertainment, damn it, not named the WWE Intercontinental, I wish it was Inter-Continental, give a conversation for another day, the Impact Knockouts World Championship, the AEW International Championship. Besides those, what other titles mean absolutely fucking anything?
Exactly. And granted, whoever defends that championship, if it does happen January 4th, is going to have to be something special if they're going to be on a card headlined by Danielson Okada too. So the winner of this tournament is going to have to be somebody special. But here's my whole thing. We talked about Okada possibly going to WWE if that happens.
Lord help us.
If he's not signed and if he doesn't go, what if you want to get this title over? You want to get this Triple Crown over? Have Danielson win the fucking tournament and be against Okada in the main event of the Tokyo Dome for that title.
Danielson Okada for the Triple Crown Championship. What?
Headline the Tokyo Dome with 3 different championships on the line.
Damn, and Naito once again gets the freaking blunt end. But
you want to get a title over? You want to get a card over? You want to get your give Okada a reason to stay? I just gave you all 3 right there.
Or Moxley wins the tournament, going into that triple threat with Ospreay and Finlay for the IWGP United States Championship. Belts on the line. And Ospreay just became all elite.
Yeah, they already got merch on shopaw.com. And Ospreay said when David Finlay destroyed that, New Japan, bring me a new belt, a belt that I can defend globally. Okay, now my brain, now you have me thinking a lot. Okay.
I mean, we have said from the outset, this tournament is tailor-made for Bryan Danielson.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah,
it's a big butt, right, Simone?
John Moxley, who says he's tired and what was the words I'm saying? He was saying, but he says he's going to do one thing that all he knows he can do.
He's sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Yeah, but he's so sick and tired, he's going to do the one thing that he knows he does all the time that keeps him going, even to this day, against the demons that he's already beaten. Professional wrestling, damn it. So he's going to go for this tournament, and he dares any mother effer to fight him through it and stop him. John Moxley, gold block. Bryan Danielson, blue block. Headline match, the finals, kind of a classic. And whatever result that is, I think Jeff Luger just booked a match stipulation and heightened Wrestle Kingdom even more at January 4th in Tokyo Dome.
I am fine with either option as far as, Moxley being in there with Ospreay and Finlay. I'm okay with that too. The thing is, if they're going to establish this and they're not just trying to absorb Ring of Honor, that championship has to mean something, because Ring of Honor title is part of it. It will mean something. If you have Danielson and Moxley in the finals, if we go with JJ's approach, and then the very first title defense is on the very first major wrestling show of the new year, you've got that title made in the shade for at least the first half of that year, if that's the case.
I say it all the time. Wrestle Kingdom is the launching pad to professional wrestling start. I don't give a fuck what anyone tells me. So,
and figure if you stick with every 30 days, okay, Wrestle Kingdom, a show in February, Sting's last night in March, Super Card of Honor in April, and Double or Nothing in May, and just keep on going.
Forbidden Door in June.
Forbidden Door in June.
But I mean, again, also, guys, I'm just going to put this out here because let's be honest here. We are going to die. There's more wrestling content being produced more than ever, to the point they're overlapping JJ, WWE, AEW, and Impact almost on the same frickin' day.
And we still don't know what's going to happen with NWA.
Yeah, but don't remind me. If Camille leaves, I'm already going to be like, well, okay, here's the NWA. Meh. But no offense to Kenzie Page. Anyway, back on topic. You guys realize that usually, AEW Revolution starts the AEW pay-per-view cycle, right?
Yep.
That pay-per-view is in March. AEW hasn't done anything yet.
March 3rd.
February or January. I'm just saying.
Yeah. This championship, this tournament, the end of this year, the World's End. It's not. I don't know the story. I'm not a biblical person, but the end of the world signals a new beginning. It signals a new world order that will be unleashed across the planet. There is a way to book this title, to book this tournament, to end with a Triple Crown championship that will just. You've got a major show from one of the three components every single month.
Mm-hmm.
It just books its damn self. It really does.
It does. And you want to go World's End, you want to go biblical. I've made it known I'm not a huge religious man, but one of my favorite Bible verses is from the book of Revelations.
Yep.
Behold the pale horse. The man who sat upon him was death, the devil, and hell followed with him.
Mm-hmm. I admire, by the way, that honesty, JJ. And again, I don't judge you. God bless you. And again, I keep saying it. World's End has to dignify something beginning before 2024. There's no other way I can see this pay-per-view.
I am telling you right now, we're going to get a hell of a barn burner for this tournament final. We're going to get Joe and Max to tear the house down, and the devil will reveal himself. And we're going to kick off 2024 after that ridiculous open mic night, episode 100. We're going to kick off this next year with a mucker further. It's going to be a big bang.
And it starts with Wrestle Kingdom
18
in Tokyo Dome.
Yeah, think about it. We've got JJ starts the week with For the Love of Wrestling. Misha's Musings, the Sports Bar, the Greg Cherry Show bleeds into pretty much almost the start of the pre-show, and then boom, off we go.
Lord help us.
We're gonna hit the ground and run. Hey, we're gonna hit the ground rolling, Muckerfellas.
Yeah, it's just revving up. That's what it is right now. That's why, again, it changed, but not dead.
Thank God the kids won't be back in school until the following Monday.
No shit, right? That's gonna be a long first. And you know what? By the way, side tangent. What dumb muckerfather booked the end of winter break to be Monday, January 8th, and then they're back off school the following Monday? I'm not against recognizing Dr. King, but why are we back in school for a week? And let's give him another Monday off. What the actual?
They do that all the time. They do that in September too.
Yeah, look,
it's so stupid. Like, granted, most years the Kings would have a home game. I could take Dylan to the Kings home game. That'd be our one outing as a family per year. But for fuck's sake, why bring him back? You know, take him out 3 weeks, back a week. Okay, we have a 3-day weekend again.
Yeah,
like,
you got to warn them in, Jeff.
I'm not complaining about that.
You got to
three-day
give them the
weekend.
anxiety. You got to let them breathe. Got to let them stress, and then you give them a 3-day weekend. Then
The mental health.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. No, seriously, I need to have Tony Khan stop booking my school calendar.
Real though.
Anyway, go ahead.
I just
Back
wish
on topic.
I wish ROH was ran as his own entity. If he ran it as its own show, maybe you could have brought somebody like Shelton Benjamin now. He could have been your GM. You have GMs there, you run it, and you could have did a shake-up or a draft, split your roster so that you actually give ROH some roster people, and then you run it like a legit another show. Don't make it like a minor league. Make it equal to AEW. Run it like it's its own show. You do the shake-up. You have whatever titles you want on there, and don't do the interacting with one another. Don't do that.
Well, maybe
Show ROH as its own. Do that.
Well, maybe the Triple Crown's the first sign of that. I mean, at one point, didn't he want to try and, put in like a term for like a transfer portal? Maybe this is kind of like the tease of that.
Maybe. But that's what you got to do. You got to let it be its own entity. All that intertwining stuff. Like you said, you got 160 people on the roster. Shake it up. Split it evenly, however you want to do it. Showcase the younger people, the up-and-coming people. You don't have to make it down like an NXT type thing, but that's where you want to showcase them people. But you do mix in the couple of veterans so that they take the other brand serious as well. And you bring in GMs. Maybe Shelton Benjamin could be a GM. He's still lurking there. We don't know what's going to happen after his 90 days. And he's a good person to have with his knowledge and his experience. And so you bring in a veteran like that and maybe let them run it. Tony Khan don't need to touch it. Like, let them book it. Let them trust somebody like that. Or who knows what Bryan Danielson is going to do after his career. And maybe you make him the GM. Maybe you let him run it show. I'm sure he can book it. I know he's probably going to want to leave and be with his family, but you do that. Do that with some veterans.
Yeah, if he doesn't step away from wrestling just for the in-ring stuff, I can't think of a better GM for Ring of Honor than Bryan Danielson, honest to God.
Exactly.
Yeah, that is a fact. And at the end of the day, one thing has to be a change in 2024. Tony Khan, stop being a one-man machine.
Yeah.
Or an on-air personality.
Have Tony Giovanni just make your announcements and just stay behind the monitor, pay people the money.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
There you go.
He needs to hire and surround himself with more people that have experience in the business. Let them run the financial aspect and the business part of it, but let other people do it. The best bosses know how to delegate. That's
exactly. You know what? You can give AEW a lot of shit from a management standpoint, but from a progression standpoint, there's no doubt this has been the most profitable year for AEW of how much they put out. But you got to continue to capitalize on that wave of momentum. And it's going to take more than advanced booking Wembley Stadium.
Datilla, what are your thoughts?
Well, I don't really watch Ring of Honor.
I know.
But you guys do make a lot of great points. I agree with most of you guys. I think that they should have kept Ring of Honor separate from AEW. The whole merging of the title, I agree with Jeff. It should be defended across, it should be. But I personally am rooting for Swerve Strickland to win that tournament because I feel like he's on a roll and he has momentum.
I'd be okay with that.
He beat Jay White clean, beat Hangman twice. So
Jay White.
wow. I feel like the tournament is. No offense to Daniel Bryan, but I wouldn't be upset if Bryan Danielson wins either. And as far as like the whole TV title thing, I'm sorry, when did Ring of Honor invoke an option C? That's not the X Division title. Why did he relinquish the title and get a title shot?
Well,
You
okay,
could have
so
just had Keith Lee beat Samoa Joe then.
that's what I said.
Yeah, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. At this point, I would have booked Keith Lee or Shane Taylor for the Ring of Honor Championship. I don't even know who's right now winning the Survivor of the Fittest thing.
No, I remember when we got to the event with Max and Tony made the announcement about the Survival Fittest. I'm like, why did Joe just not put Keith Lee over? We got Keith and Shane. It's right there. And then I get on Twitter when we're in line going, everybody's saying the same thing. And then book it for the match anyway. It's like, what?
You gotta change your sentence, Jeff, because at the end of the day, he still has the second biggest wallet in the industry.
And that's fine, but anyway, I'm sorry.
Then my question is, okay, Joe did that, but is he really going to beat MJF for that title? If he loses, what was the whole point of doing that then?
You know what though?
Drop the title.
It's suspension of disbelief considering it's World's End before the self-proclaimed bidding war of 2024, and it's their second encounter, and MJF is coming in at less than 100%. There is that suspension of disbelief that he could literally lose it here.
Yeah, I don't think he's losing to Samoa Joe.
It depends how that rehab goes.
Yeah,
I was going to say it depends on how bad this injury really is.
Yeah,
fucked up right now, like legitimately messed up. So
and he's going to be in the match on Wednesday.
Tag match,
really?
Tag match, but yes, tag match.
Tag match, yeah.
But-
According to Roderick Strong,
Max
he's setting
and
up
Joe
Samoa
versus
Joe.
two of the Devil's henchmen.
Yep.
Oh, that's right. I forgot all about that. Okay, God, it's been a long couple days since Wednesday.
It's been a long 48 hours.
Yeah. Again, there's ways to work around in a tag match. We all know that. We've all talked to tag team wrestlers, and there's ways to work around something like that. Shit, Randy Orton took maybe 2 bumps the other night. In the War Games match, he just had hit the RKOs where they can, the kids. And again, bump on your back after back surgery, probably not the best idea, but he looked good. I just think it really depends on the next 27 days or whatever it is, 28 days, because if he gets hurt enough where if he's re-signed, which we all, I think, believe he has at this point, they're just kayfabing the hell out of it. If he gets hurt worse, whether he's rehabbed enough to go, what do you do if your world champion gets further injured?
Dare I say the word?
As much as I hate it, because we all know, especially after the other night, how much of a Max fan I am. Maybe you just put the Band-Aid on and get Joe the title, even if it's briefly, even if it's until Revolution. Max has had a hell of a Revolution history. Not always successful, yes, but he's had a hell of a run at Revolution cards.
Mm-hmm.
So if he figure this, if he drops the title at December 30th and gets to fully get out of there and rehab the hell out of it and get better until March 3rd, that's 2 full months and a couple extra days.
I think that's a better option, to be honest. I wouldn't risk his health.
Yeah.
I wouldn't either. He's still young enough where if he gets his body back 100%, the next bidding war for him will be legit. Because the boy is young, man. He's a young pup.
26 years old.
26 years old and nothing but potential ahead of him. And he's already the longest reigning world champion in this company's history.
But
time is on his side.
Question then, like, if that does happen, let's say, he is hurt and stuff like that, does that mean what happens with the double storyline then? It just reveals and it ends right there? Or like in the Ring of Honor tag titles too?
There's a lot of writing to be done. I think this devil thing on Wednesday that JD may remember. So again, thank you, boss. That's how you start it. You have the devil wears you down. we all have our devils in our lives and on our shoulders that wear you down systematically, bit by bit, piece by piece, until you're completely broken as a man, as an individual. Max's breaking point will be on December 30th when the devil reveals himself as Adam Cole, as whoever it is. And that's when he's so broken physically from Samoa Joe and mentally from the devil taking over his entire existence that he has to go away.
Man, you're gonna do that to him in his hometown?
Why not?
Why not?
Damn.
That's the wrestling business.
Yeah.
Ask your Ross in Oklahoma about hometown nonsense.
That's
cool. Just saying, man.
Ask Bret Hart.
It's his story. And I'll tell you what, Max is a wrestling historian. He loves the history of the business. He gets taken out in his hometown. He returns in Greensboro. The same night that Sting has the final showtime, he reclaims his title. He reclaims his spot at the top of the mountain.
You know what? Nassau.
God damn, I'm getting worked up about this.
Nassau Coliseum is only an hour and 30 minutes from me. I might have to make a trip December 30th.
If you do, tell him I sent you. You're probably getting a better seat than you had.
Well, we definitely brought a lot to life when it comes to Ring of Honor's future, and for that matter, the AEW World Championship. So, hey, good topic discussion, JJ.
Yeah, and I'm sitting here. Of course, the wheels in my head are going now.
I figured.
Burning.
I figured.
You know, because if Joe wins and the devil is revealed, who's to say that Joe can't be connected to the devil?
I'm saying.
What if
Joe just happened to show up right after the Acclaimed got their asses handed to them and Anthony Bowen's thrown through the glass window?
Coincidence? I don't know.
I'm not very biblical, but correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't Lucifer, the devil, a fallen angel?
Angel.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Is there a wrestler under contract to AEW that goes by the nickname of the fallen angel?
Christopher Daniels.
Just put it out there, folks. Just get in your minds thinking. Think about all the connections.
Does Daniels have a connection to Joe?
A little bit.
You know, a little bit. I mean, hey, we still called one of the greatest triple threat matches in TNA history, but I digress.
Even if you use them,
I would say one of the greatest matches in TNA history, period.
Now let's just run with this for a second. Keep on the treadmill with me. Who else in the company has history with those guys?
With Daniels and Joe?
Yeah, I believe there's 2 EVPs
that
are supposed to be taking personal time off that have connection with those guys.
Yeah.
I believe there's a certain former TNT champion who had his very own Lakers belt.
Yeah.
Who has history with those guys.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're all about the same size too, are they not?
And I believe there's a certain bastard who hasn't been seen for a while who's got some history with those guys also.
I mean,
yes.
So that's the devil plus 4, which is what we've been seeing on TV.
But what's weird, JJ, is when they assaulted MJF this past week, it was the devil and 3.
We didn't see the devil. We just saw
see the devil. Yeah.
I thought the devil was the guy holding the baseball bat. But
no,
you might be right. That might have just been his goons.
The devil was the guy typing out the courier font
on the screen.
Yes.
Or you can make it as
And Keen Mike, before you start trying to lynch me for bringing up those cheap bucks,
I knew he was going to do that.
All of them are connected through Pro Wrestling Guerrilla, which is I mean, there's a whole PWG contingent within the company. So
here's something else, Jay. Think about this for a second. The Bucks are EVPs, well established. We don't like it. It is what it is. Christopher Daniels is the head of talent relations for that company.
Yes.
So this bidding war can still be used as a storyline. The devil came into existence to run Max out of the company.
I claimed that bidding war, all it's gonna be is a storyline because he's already signed. Because Tony Khan would be a straight idiot if he didn't.
And the Bucks and Daniels all had heat with a certain somebody who just showed up on WWE TV.
Mm-hmm.
They got rid of him. Now they can get rid of MJF in storyline.
Boom.
The shit writes itself. And Tony, if you're watching, just at least put the purple Casa logo when you do steal this fucking story. That's all I ask.
You know he's not going to do that. All right.
Well, he should, because we know.
I won't say pay. I won't say pay and compensate me, but if you can hook me, Dattila, and Jeff up with tickets next time we get a pay-per-view in town,
I'm saying
something,
And even if you don't connect it,
here's the problem with Adam Cole to me. It seems like it's too easy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
It's too obvious. That's why the other name that I've been kicking around my head is, aside from MJF, who else has been there pretty much from day one who has the nickname of the devil? The cold-hearted, handsome devil.
Which is a strong stretch, but yes, Hook.
Hook?
Think about the body type of the devil. Think about the body type of Hook.
I just wonder if they're misleading you, because right now Hook's been clear as day on our screens with Danhausen, and apparently he's going to feud with a Yuta. It would not surprise me if they booked Hook versus with a Yuta for the Ring of Honor Pure Championship. But if it's that world's end,
say that, who's to say that he's not pulling double duty? Someone's saying that, people think it's Wardlow because his hair was messy. Hook's hair is always fucked up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's the style he rocks.
Wardlow has no reason to be the devil. He's just going to go punch Max in his face.
He wants to end the devil and take everything from him. And there's only one devil in Wardlow's eyes.
Right.
Yeah, and if it was Wardlow, it would be too obvious. Because of his body
He's
size.
too big. He's too tall. Yeah.
Way too big.
All of the devil and his henchmen are all smaller guys. They look like cruiserweights. They're lean.
Yeah.
That's why I think the way I think. You look at Hook's body type. You look at Christopher Daniels' body type. You look at the Bucks' body type. You look at Scorpio Sky's body type. You look at Pac's body type. Pac's probably the most cut and muscular out of all of them, but he still has got a lean frame.
Yes.
Go ahead, Walter.
True. And even if you don't go this deep and you connect it on a simple way, you ever heard of the phrase making a deal with the devil? You gave Samoa Joe the title, and the deal was, I get your title shot. I get the first title shot. So he made a deal with the devil. Even if you don't make it this deep connection, you can make it as simple as he made the deal with the devil. Now he's the champ. And the devil reveals himself, and he's going to get the first title shot against Joe.
That's fair. There's a good point in the chat room. Somebody that just came off concussion protocol recently. Sammy Guevara.
They just had their little girl, so you're absolutely right.
And he's got that body frame.
But they've been saying that whoever is going to be revealed as these characters have been playing the characters all along.
Yeah.
Sammy has more than likely been by Ty's side for the last few weeks or so because of her being ready to pop.
Right.
True, but depending on, and again, I'm dealing with a concussion, so I'm not an expert. I'm just an idiot. But if he was far enough along in recovering and it was literally a day shot, because that's what they do at AEW, they do a day shot, then they go back. It's not other. There are so many possibilities. Again, I love the way you wrote that. I would love if it played out like that, just because of the way they ran Punk out of there. And then they're trying to make sure this bidding war does not go Tony's way.
2024, lots going to change. And I'm all for it, especially in AEW right now, where AEW right now just continues to excite me, especially this month. The Continental Classics, unpredictability, the Devil's unknown identity, the state and the future of the AEW World Championship. So much suspension of disbelief.
The other thing I want to point out is, again, personal feelings aside, what if it is Jack Perry?
Yeah.
I think it'll go over like a fart in church.
Okay.
Who's to say it's not Roderick? We've seen him get out of this wheelchair a few times already. Who's to say it's not been him all the time?
Yeah, again, I think that would be too obvious. Go ahead to tell it. Noah bounced out of here.
To add to your point, Walter, I mean, usually when people do stuff, they always like to accuse somebody else, and Roderick Strong's been heavily accusing MJF of being the devil himself. But yeah,
again,
and we know he doesn't really need that wheelchair.
Yeah, I mean, it could be both. It could be, maybe Roderick Strong and Adam Cole and you.
I was going to say Matt and Mike aren't exactly big, Samoan-looking guys either. They got pretty lean frames too.
Freaking King Mike, I love this dude. Every time it comes up, Adam.
I love it. I don't care what happens to the Devil storyline. Roderick's next feud needs to be with Adam Copeland. Just be fucking cousin.
That would be the first thing he does. If he is the devil and he takes that mask off, the first thing he'll do is Adam. I guarantee it.
As he should.
The reason why I keep thinking it's like either Adam or Roderick is I know you guys say it's too easy, but I think that's the whole point. Because I mean, Adam was trying to get that world title shot. What better way to get the world title shot than to get closer to MJF and then eventually stab him in the back? So that's why I think. I mean, I know it's pretty obvious. I mean, I know it's too obvious, but I just think that was the route that they were going with.
The devil's quote has always been the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was making people believe he didn't exist. If Adam Cole has been at Max's side this whole time just to make him think he was safe and secure, notice, since Adam went down with his injury, the devil has become more prolific in his life. And if the theory about Joe making a deal with the devil to get the first title, to give the devil the first title shot is secure, Adam, Roderick, Mike, Matt.
Yeah.
And then whoever the devil, if there is a fifth person involved, again, we've definitely seen 4 henchmen with the devil. It doesn't mean there's only 4. It doesn't mean there still is 4. It doesn't mean.
Yeah.
So.
And then unless I missed something at Full Gear, there was no appearance at the devil, yet Adam Cole was there.
Yes, Adam Cole was there.
No exactly. Yeah, the devil did not show up once, and we were like, what the hell? Punk didn't show up. We were like, what the hell? And then we waited a week and went, oh, that's why the hell.
Also, why do you keep traveling if you're hurt? Like, why do you keep showing up? And then all of a sudden, this devil storyline is going there. So that's another thing with Adam Cole. Because if you were that hurt with your ankle, you'd be resting at home. Why would you keep going on planes and showing up?
Well, but up until Full Gear, whatever it was, he was doing the FaceTime thing. So that, it holds water now this month. But before that, it was,
And if you notice, when he was in the ring with MJF the week after Full Gear, he kind of reached into his pocket. So it's almost like he, played that video.
Again, Carl, we're going to ban you. Keep those kind of comments up. Goldberg's not coming back near this company. I will smack Tony Khan in his curly head.
Carl said that Tony Khan thing. If he Vince McMahon's this, I'm breaking my TV. I'm walking away from AEW.
No, for real. If the devil is Tony Khan himself or Goldberg, you're going to hear my screams of fury across this planet. It will be the end of the world for sure, because I'll make sure it happens.
Next thing Carl will say is that it's going to be Ryback.
Wasn't Ryback supposed to retire if CM Punk returned?
He was full of shit like he always is. Dumb Twitter twat.
He's full of protein and shit.
Well, no, if he was full of that, he actually would probably still have a job in the business. JJ, before Jeff starts feeling fine, I think that's a good way to wrap things up.
I am perfectly okay with the discussion about Ryan Reeves. I just won't participate because I will get myself lawsuit and get it thrown off the air.
Jeff, with all due respect, brother, you don't need that. You don't.
Yeah, we don't need that.
You really
Nope.
don't need that.
Nope. Don't need it.
God.
I gotta think of something as it is.
Right, you need to go back to wherever the hell you came from. That's what you need to do. But anyways,
anyway,
give a conversation for another day, gents and lady.
All right.
Yeah, anyway.
Yes. To be determined.
Yes, it'll be the one time I don't censor Homer Simpson. There'll be a verbal of me going. Anyway,
if you think Cuphead made me break one of my controllers, Tony Khan is the devil. Woo!
Was he gonna pull that iconic Vince line? It was me all along.
I swear to God, to tell if he does that, oh my Lord Jesus Christ, I will flip my ever loving shit.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I have to call this and be the one that's composed. I don't want. Can I turn in my resignation ahead of that?
It'll be Tony will be the devil, and the elite will be the 4 henchmen.
I'm telling you this right now. If that exact scenario plays out, the first hour of the end of the year show, you're gonna have me in a straitjacket, try not to break things. Like you'll have to restrain me from destroying my house.
Okay.
Tony the devil with his demons.
Okay, guys. In an alternate universe, not narrated by Morgan Freeman, and not in the DC universe where Bizarro lives, I don't even think this is probably possible. Nor should we even construct this idea being a possibility. Okay, let's just all cool down for a moment and not look at the worst case scenario worse than the buried copies of E.T. in the desert that were uncovered and caused them to have seizures. Okay, let's try and have a sense of clarity that makes sense in good long-term storytelling, and hope we end the year in AEW on a high note for bigger, greater things to come in 2024, and maybe Tony Khan not being the sole booker.
You know what I know? I know that come 2024, there is one person on this panel who wants something more than anything, and that is that Dattila wants me to believe in Joe Hendry.
Yes!
You will. You said someday you will.
It needs to happen. He needs to believe.
Especially if you're going to start reviewing TNA. Joe Henry's about to have a match.
Yes. Joe Henry needs a match at Hard to Kill, just like he killed it.
Oh, and
at
I'm
Hard
going
to
to
Kill
be at. Not only am I going to be at Hard to Kill, I'm going to be at TV tapings too.
Okay, you better get it. You better get noticed by Joe Hendry. Good deal. Okay, I kid. I have a great time, Dattila.
I still may not believe in Joe Hendry, but I believe in Nola.
That's right. My God.
Yeah. Where are you, Noah?
Yeah, right there. There you go. Hey.
There you go.
Someday he will believe too. He will believe in 252 pounds of pure motivation, the answer to all our life's problems.
You think Joe Hendry will give us even more to believe in? Like he will gain weight or something with all these food fight videos? Like 250 pounds. How long can you stay at 252? That's a unique number to stay at as well. I'll just put that out there.
252 pounds.
Reel it in, JJ.
That was Jeff doing that.
Hey, I didn't bring up Joe Hendry, mucker father. That's your bad.
It's because I was trying to get things back towards the graphics and the shills and everything.
No one even said his name.
Yeah,
But he still
brought
appeared.
him up.
Yeah.
Say his
Okay,
name.
we're losing Jeff. We're losing Jeff.
He appears. I
believe in Joe Hendry.
Oh, now you want to sing, Noah.
Hey,
good point, Walter.
Joe Hendry, that's a good theme, all right? That's catchy. That's not something overplayed or stupid. That's not Whamageddon. That's not something I deteriorate. That's less than a minute. It's super easy, and anyone can do it. The Simon Dean. Simon Dean and Joe Hendry. Yeah, Simon Dean to TNA, and Joe Hendry has a match with him and promote his product.
They need to become a tag team.
That'd be interesting.
Joey
doing the
Dean.
dad's walk off.
I had to do it. I had to get one in there at least this year.
All right, so let's get to the shills then.
I regret nothing.
Make sure you follow me on social media. The Renegade JJ Williams on Instagram, ROWJJ Williams on the Twix, Casa D18 Studios on the YouTube. Thank you to everybody that is watching right now. Make sure you tune in to For the Love of Wrestling every Monday through Thursday on the Casa D18 Studios channel, exclusive to the Casa D18 Studios channel.
Yes.
Follow our buddies at NoDQ.com, Facebook, Insta, YouTube, and Twix. NoDQ.com, all one word.
Yeah.
Make sure you tune in for Aaron's live recaps and reactions every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
There we go.
Jeff.
Oh, it's my turn. All right. You know this real quick. Meech's Musings, Monday afternoon, 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 Pacific. It's the Shill Show. It is what it is, folks. I'm not going to lie and pretend it is. There will be occasions where I actually talk about stuff beyond professional wrestling, damn it, and sports entertainment, but mostly it's a Shill Show. So tune in on Mondays. Let's see what we got here. Next.
Oh, sorry. I went to go try and load something else. So you brought up a graphic. I figured you could. Okay.
No. Okay.
Follow your barkeeps on social media. Dory Lou Hathaway on Facebook. Mike Caldwell on Facebook. Hathaway Lou and LB Stat Kid 1977 on the Twix. Dory Lou and Statboy 13 on the Insta. And make sure you tune into Statboy Sports Bar featuring Dory Lou every Tuesday, 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Eastern.
Just our buddy, the Greg Cherry Brand. Follow him across the socials as well at Greg Cherry Brand, one word. And you can catch the Greg Cherry Show every Wednesday on both the Greg Cherry Brand and the Jeff Meacham Network at 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 Pacific. I think it's going to be just a casual, regular Greg Cherry Show this week. Not 100% sure, but I know that we are bringing back, or Greg, I should say, is bringing back Luck of the Draw in January, I think. I think it's the Wednesday before the Royal Rumble, if I remember my dates right. And we are looking to bring back Jack of all trades as well. So stick to the Greg Cherry Brand for all the crazy updates. There's the Greg Cherry Show.
Oh, yeah. So I review Raw every Monday, Dynamite every Wednesday, SmackDown every Friday. No longer do Rampage. I cover all the pay-per-views. That includes Impact. And Noah and I should be calling Final Resolution this Friday.
Saturday.
So that should be fun.
Yeah, Saturday.
This Saturday.
Double stack Saturday.
Oh, Saturday. My bad. Sorry.
Double feature.
Saturday.
We're getting pay-per-views soon, I promise. The We Stick on a Die tour will be in effect.
Walter.
Yes, my turn. Follow me on Instagram at Cowfire Farms. You can see the spelling there. On the Twix, it's at Walter Alex Cruz, the Rage of Wrestling YouTube channel with the UFC watch-alongs. And possibly the top 10 Thursdays, trying to fit it in, talking to Jeff and JJ to see what we can do on Thursdays. So that's it for me.
Okay. Noah.
You know what to do by now. Otherwise, if you don't, it's pretty simple. Follow me primarily on the Twitter and on YouTube. And then Foster1916. Of course, for all things wrestling. Shout out to my ATW family, of course, on the Twitter and our social media platforms. It's truly as simple as that. If you want to stay tuned for prediction panels, our JMN Network live watch-along events across the Multiverse of Media, prediction leagues, prediction league forums, simple hellos, simple updates, and of course the NTW View impromptu. We'll be doing another episode very soon.
Okay. And then, of course, make sure you continue to tune into Open Mic Night for our karaoke nights, where you can get the content that'll be on Noah, That's What I Call Music. Noah, That's What I Call Slow Jams. Now that's what I call open mic night. And of course, Noah. That's what I call Disney.
Screw that. Thank goodness 2 years I'm away from that nonsense.
I still can't get enough of the Mickey graphic that I use. He's like, yeah, what's up, Noah?
The Mickey.
You seen in my shit, ain't you, homie?
I'd rather be singing Eminem and losing myself and going straight up white boy rapper on all y'all's asses without a suit for the first time ever.
Hip Hop Night book.
No, I did not. Damn it.
You stick your foot in your mouth all the time, Noah. You just volunteer yourself for shit and don't realize it.
Makes it a freaking official feature. A damn sentence. It's like Pokemon when they can make a damn Pokemon.
And you gotta do the song. And you gotta do the song.
TV themes. TV themes not already booked as it is. We're good to go.
There we go.
Yeah, we did.
Damn it.
Song number 1. Gotta catch 'em all.
I want to be the very best.
I will walk out this
And
room
no
and not
one
return.
ever was.
And based on earlier,
Not coming
right.
Go to where to get it. Not the
based on earlier, you might have to make a dual CD now with
That's why you do it in volume 1, Walter. That way you can make more money by selling volume 2 on down the road.
Nobody buys CDs anymore. There's
Deluxe double live version like Garth Brooks.
Nobody. Did you forget that Arlene already wants to buy one, and so did Datilla? She said so on one of our streams that she would buy it too.
Me too.
That's at least 2 people that want, 3 people that want to buy it.
She also said she wanted an autograph.
Yes, she wants her copy autographed. Remember, I'm gonna have to burn the CD, ship it to you in Ohio so that you can sign it, and then you're gonna have to ship it back to her in California.
I need mine autographed too. No, what shit?
I don't get paid enough for this shit.
In addition to NoDQ.com, as we mentioned earlier, make sure you vote in the 2023 year-end awards.
Yes.
The Hall of Famers for this year have been inducted. I'm not going to go down that road because I don't agree with one of them. But we're trying to get out of here, so
yeah,
I'm
I
not
had to
gonna go down that road.
That's fair.
Yes, that's accurate.
Conversation for another day. That's fair.
Yes.
We had him on, graciously giving us almost 3 hours of his evening.
Thank you, Gino. All the
Make sure
best.
you follow this Frank Sinatra of the Spanish Mafia, the Puerto Rican Pitbull, Gino Rivera. If you would like to book him for a show, a meet and greet, an interview, a podcast, Gino_Rivera at yahoo.com, or you can find him on Facebook, Gino, first name, last name, told you so, or on Instagram and the Twix at Gino told you so.
And even though I'm not on social media, respect the man. Follow on the Twitter.
Yeah.
They get him for karaoke. You never know. He may be back on the 23rd.
Follow him too.
Oh yeah, Noah featuring Gino, Volume 1.
Here we go. Emmanuel says Noah on Spotify beating Taylor Swift in streams is a reality. That's a goal right there.
Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
That ain't gonna happen.
Unless her
Kelsey to work anyway.
Unless her and Kelsey break up, because then she'll make a whole new album about that.
I mean, isn't Taylor Swift's entire library broken love story?
They won't break up yet. It's a big giant work for the NFL to make money in marketing.
Gotta make money.
Jeff, why don't you, Noah, and Datilla tell the public about this?
Oh yeah, all right.
Yeah.
So we're going to record the next one here, hopefully this week. But I've kind of revamped the format for Throwback Thursday for TNA as we count down to the return of TNA Wrestling Hard to Kill, January 13th, this Thursday at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. I've called this show with Greg back in the day, but Noah and Datilla will be calling the very first NWA TNA weekly pay-per-view from way back in 2002. From then, we move on to Turning Point 2004, the show that I was at, and I left with a battle scar thanks to our buddy SoCal Val. Damn it. We then move to a bonus episode, Christmas Eve night.
Oh, no.
since there will be no open mic night because that'll be the day before Saturday, Sunday night, Christmas Eve. Yes, the infamous episode of Impact Wrestling that was the Angle family Christmas party. You have to watch it in its entirety. It is god darn ridiculous. We will then follow up with the most watched episode of Impact in company history, the debut of the one, the only Hulk Hogan. And we finished out the final 2 weeks before our Simply Predicting of Hard to Kill, and then the show itself with shows that Noah and Attila respectively attended. Slammiversary 2021 and Bound for Glory 2021. Those are all coming up in the next really 5 weeks on Thursday, because that Christmas Eve is going to be on a Sunday. But then the final Thursday before Hard to Kill, with Noah's permission, will be the night we simply predict Hard to Kill.
I love that idea. I absolutely love that.
I like that idea too.
As soon as Impact's over, baby, boom, off we go.
All right.
And in addition to all of those things that are going to be called by Noah and Attila as part of a Throwback Thursday, we are going to die.
Yes.
Coming up this coming Friday, tribute to the troops, 5 o'clock Pacific, 8 o'clock Eastern, special episode of SmackDown. The following night, doubleheader NXT Deadline, 4:30 Pacific, 7:30 Eastern, immediately followed by Noah and Attila calling Impact's Final Resolution, 8 o'clock Pacific, 11 Eastern. The following Friday, the 15th, Ring of Honor Final Battle, 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern. And then December 30th, The World's End, 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. And then we move into 2024.
Good God.
Oh, my Lord.
And this is just what we know so far as the non-WWE stuff. Of course, Wrestle Kingdom, Hard to Kill, Revolution, and All In. And then as far as the WWE goes...
Ah, crap.
10 nights. 10 nights, y'all.
No rest for the wicked. Royal
Definitely
Rumble, Vengeance Day, Elimination Chamber, the Hall of Fame, Stand and Deliver, 2 nights of WrestleMania, the Raw After Mania, Backlash, and Bash in Berlin.
Sacre bleu, I am not going to live beyond 2024.
And that doesn't include any of the Impact shows.
That's the same. Yeah.
Yeah.
What was that, Attila?
I said that doesn't include all the Impact shows that are going to be added, after Hard to Kill, like Rebellion, No Surrender.
This is just what we know so far that's on the docket. Like dates have been announced.
Yeah.
So
I did the math. Because again, I've said this a couple times this week, we're booked for sure as far as what we know is going to happen. The last day is August 31st. If you average out what's been booked, we average a watch along once every other week already, and we don't even have a full calendar yet.
No. I also will say this, Jeff. I'm glad that apparently you're like, you know what? It's just a Wednesday night dynamite. We don't need to do it. You know winter is coming. Literally is not the coming Wednesday, but the following Wednesday, right?
So here's the thing with that. I've seen it announced on every single social platform except the key one, AEW's.
And they literally keep promoting
it. Yeah, they announced it on Collision, granted, but they haven't promoted the show on Twix, on social, or on the AEW website as winter is coming.
Nope.
It's just dynamite.
Yeah.
So
I find it funny.
Yeah, I am totally good on taking a Wednesday night off. Jesus Christ, I'm tired as hell.
Same.
I'm sure you guys are too. So
look, even I am not that crazy. I actually do have like a passion where I'm like, I gotta restrain myself because a priority for my passion should be making sure I can still speak. I have to call people in IT, idiots.
Yes, your IT job and the essential shows are so crucial right now. Like I said, we've got four nights, 5 watch-alongs just this month alone. So
yes,
one from each company. Larry,
yeah, that's fair.
And then if you guys missed the festivities of yesterday evening,
go
back in the archives and check it out. As James and I went back and forth for a little over an hour about if CM Punk being back in the WWE is truly what is best for business.
Yay or nay?
I was on the yay side. James was on the nay side.
I think we should make that sort of discussion at least a quarterly thing. That went really well last night.
I agree.
I enjoyed that.
So did I.
I agree. And then the last things we have to show.
Yes.
'Tis the season.
Yay!
Not this coming Monday, the 4th, but the week after. Dad's Not Always on Wrestling top 10 Christmas songs that aren't about Christmas.
Well, what does that mean?
What does that mean? Yeah.
That means
It means songs.
I figured that somebody was going to ask legitimately, Jeff.
Yeah, but I'm like, what?
Think about songs that mention Christmas by name.
Well, he rewrote. Think about songs.
That's a tough
Now,
one.
hold on. And then you eliminate those things from a song that's played around the holidays. Those are what we're talking about. Baby, It's Cold Outside.
Oh, okay.
It's about a dude trying to get laid on a cold winter's night. That ain't got shit to do with Christmas, but it's played at Christmas. Let It Snow, Let It Snow, Let It Snow. Jingle Bells by proxy.
Jingle Bell Rock.
Jingle Bell Rock.
Jingle Bells itself does not
None of
mention
these
Christmas.
songs-
Think about it. Yeah.
None of these songs have anything to do with Christmas. Jingle Bells is about going on a sleigh ride at the end of the day. Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. That can
fair.
be
Some of
done
these songs really
anytime
have
during the
to do with-
winter season.
Okay, yeah, you're right. These songs. Okay, that's clever.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's clever. Okay. I get what
Walter,
you're saying.
you know,
You're a mean one,
Sabanero,
Mr. Grinch.
right?
Well-
Sabanero, Walter, that would count too, right? They play that around Christmas, but it has nothing to do with Christmas, right?
Which one?
No, sorry, no, Walter. El Burrito Sabanero, no?
El bolito sabonero. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They play it around
technically, yeah.
Christmas, but that has nothing to do with Christmas. It's a Spanish song about a little boy singing on a donkey.
Yeah.
What?
That's basically what it is.
I habla no español.
And then we wrap up the year 2 weeks after that on Christmas Day, no less, with an episode that will be canned. It won't be live,
Yes.
obviously, because we're not those people.
Yes.
The top 10 songs about Santa Claus himself.
Oh, jeez.
What
Santa
better
baby.
list to do on Christmas Day than the man with the bag who visited us that evening?
And JJ,
Wow.
I can confirm there will be an appearance by Santa Claus that day.
There we go.
He'll be tired after it's flight around the world, but he will be there.
Copyright. Walter, not copyright.
He manages, but you just spoke Spanish, Noah.
What?
See.
Ole.
Wait, okay? What? What are you talking about?
Frosty the Crackhead was a
Which-
No.
Yeah, you guys don't know about that.
No.
Which I don't know if any of you guys saw the Great Cherry Show this week, but there was a bet made between me and Mr. Cherry.
Yes, there was.
I had mentioned to him because he was discussing the Royal Rumble,
Yeah.
and I had mentioned with him the very real possibility of Jade Cargill, Julia, Deonna Purrazzo, and Camille all possibly debuting in that match.
I give you 1 out of 4.
Hang on.
So
Hang
a
on,
bet
guys.
was made about all 4. If Greg wins and all 4 do not debut in that match, then on the post-Rumble episode of Open Mic Night, El Renegado de la Lucha Libre must appear for the entire episode.
Oh,
Oh, I thought you were gonna say that you're gonna sing Joe Henry's theme.
Oh wait.
I've already
Oh wait.
done that.
No. Yeah, Harry did that. If they
I'm
do it
right, then the next episode of the Greg Cherry Show, he is going to do the entire episode covered in chocolate sauce.
Oh, no. No. What have you done, Greg? What have you done?
Well,
You're a bloody loon.
Now, he put his terms out before I made mine.
Right.
It's crazy.
He is
Well,
crazy, but he's trying to get viewers to his channel.
Yeah, and he's more confident in the fact that all 4 of them have to appear for him to lose the bet.
And that's a hot ass mask, AJ.
It is.
See,
but all I have to do is ask Jeff to run the producer's booth that night.
Yep.
Click the buttons and everything.
Oh, I won't be there though. Remember, I'm going to be in Vegas.
Or somebody else.
Okay.
We may have to table it a week then, so that I can have you here to run productions.
Yeah.
But because without my glasses on, I can barely see.
That's
and
fair.
I can't have the mask on and my glasses on. It just
definitely.
If you share it, I upgraded my StreamYard, so I got producer stuff now.
That explains it. Okay, good to know. Anyway, yeah, we'll figure it out. But yeah, that's because the Spanish was brought up. It was like, hey, wait a minute, I forgot we got one more thing to talk about. So we could have the return of El Renegado in just under 2 months.
There's a reason why the simple man doesn't bet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I lost my last bet.
Well, my hair is safe because Punk is in WWE, so that bet I made, I'm safe.
I haven't gotten a haircut since September 22nd. I'm overdue, but
no, I bet that.
On bet.
I said if Punk was a devil, I would shave my head, but obviously he ain't, so my hair's safe.
And Aaron's saxophone skills will be put to great use as soon as he gets his sax shipped from California, because we will have him on karaoke when we can.
No, we are not George Michael in this.
Oh yes.
Dude, we gotta have Aaron on wrestling karaoke night to play Val Venus.
Oh my Lord!
I'm gonna make my son. You know what? I'm gonna make my son play Nakamura on the violin too.
There you go.
He's good at that. Yeah.
I can bet a call on Nita Strauss. We may be able to work something out here.
What is happening here?
I have no idea. A lot.
So, that pretty much covers everything here for the evening.
Yes.
We want to thank Statboy Mike for being on the show earlier, even though he had to bounce out early. We definitely want to thank Gino once again for giving us damn near 3 hours of his time. Greatly appreciate the man. Make sure you guys like, subscribe, and follow everybody that is on the panel. And until next week, for Datilla, for Walter, for the man whose name is on the marquee, for myself, the renegade J.J. Williams, for the simple man, Noah Foster, who hasn't been able to for a while, is going to take us out of here as he always does.
Yes, it has been a while, hasn't it?
It's been a while. It's been a while.
Non-copyright. Stop it. Damn it. Anyway, thank you everybody once again for tuning in to the first one of December and episode 96 of Open My Night. I still cannot believe the year ends with 100. God bless you, JJ. Congratulations to all of us. But folks, again, you want to know more about me and this crazy cast, know this when it comes to why I endure this. For I am but a simple man and a lifelong fan of professional wrestling. Damn it! But I digress. Only wish to encourage and remind you that there are only winners. There are no losers. There are no betters. Just fans with opinions of this passion we all share. So at the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too. Treasure your families and just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling, even during the holiday season. It's truly as simple as that.
And there you have it. We'll see you guys next week for another episode of Open Mic Night.
Everybody.
Have a good night, folks. Stay tuned for Deadline and Impact. Gonna be a good one.
Saturday
The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.